Good morning, everybody. It is 10 o'clock, so welcome to this meeting of the Western and Southern Area Planning Committee on Thursday, the 17th of July, 2025. For the benefit of the public attending today or watching on the live stream, I am Councillor Bolwell, Chair of this committee. My Vice Chair is Councillor Isenk. The meeting is being live streamed and will be available to view on the Council website after the meeting. By attending this meeting, you consent to being filmed. Can I remind everyone that when you are speaking, please speak directly into the microphones so that you can be clearly heard and seen. The Planning Committee is not a public meeting, but a meeting to which the public is invited. All attendees must comply with the ruling of the Chair. They must not interrupt the meeting or cause undue disturbance. To support this, please switch off your mobile phones or select silent mode for the duration of the meeting. And those using Teams, please ensure microphones are on mute and your device volume is set to 0 to maintain audio quality. Only those who have registered to speak in accordance with the speaking protocol will be invited to address the committee for a maximum of 3 minutes. That will be limited to the first 3 people objecting to and the first 3 people supporting the application to have registered along with the Parish Council and ward member. No material is to be circulated to members of the committee. We have 5 applications today to determine. The case officer will be invited to present the report and recommendations. Next, I will invite members of the public who have registered to speak with the Democratic Services Officer before the deadline to address the committee in the following order: public against, public support, applicant agent, town, parish council, and ward members. Each speaker has a maximum of 3 minutes. Following on from the registered public speakers, the planning officers will have the opportunity to address any salient points they wish to clarify, and committee members will be given the opportunity to ask questions of the planning officers before moving on to their debate. When we go into councillor questions and debate for the benefit of the public watching, can members please state their name and ward when addressing the meeting, and please remember to face the chair when speaking to ensure microphones can pick up your voice. I will now conduct a roll call of committee members. Belinda Borden. Good morning, Belinda. Matt Bell. Good morning, Matt. Simon Christopher. Good morning, Simon. Paul Kimber. Good morning, Paul. Craig Monks. Morning, Craig. David Northam. Good morning, David. Louis O'Leary. Good morning, Louis. Pete Roper. Councillor David Shortell. Morning, David. Councillor Kate Weller. Good morning, Kate. Do we have any apologies, Josh, please?
Thank you. Yes, so we've had apologies today from Councillor Pete Roper.
Thank you. Officers involved in today's meeting include Anne Collins, Development Management Area Manager, Marianne Ashworth, Lawyer, James Litton-Trevors, Lead Project Officer, Katrina Trevitt, Development Management Team Leader, Bob Burden, Senior Planning Officer, Emma Thornett, Senior Planning Officer, Josh Kennedy, Democratic Services Officer, and Louis Wicks, Democratic Services Officer, Apprentice. Good morning to you, Louis. Members, are there any declarations of interest you wish to make? Councillor Matt Bell, please.
Councillor Matt Bell, Radipole Ward. Regarding item 8, 46 St David's Road, I do need to declare a personal interest in that family member associated with a property nearby.
Yeah, lovely. Thanks very much, Matt. Matt, in that case, if you could leave the chamber before the item's discussed, and we'll call you back in when it's finished. Thank you. Councillor Borden.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be speaking on item 7, so I'll speak as ward member and then leave the room.
Because of predetermination?
Sorry.
That's lovely, thank you. And Councillor Kimber.
Thank you, Chair. Just some advice. I've used the Pavilion Weymouth as someone who likes to go to shows. Does that Does that stop me from... No, thank you very much.
No, it doesn't, Councillor Kimber. I think Councillor Weller, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Item 8, St David's Road. I'd like to declare that I spoke against an application on this site previously, but I come to this meeting without any predetermination.
Thank you, Councillor Weller. I believe that's been okayed by our legal representative. Thank you. Councillor O'Leary, please.
Thank you, Chairman. In regards to the application for Weymouth Pavilion, I do know the operator of the pavilion in a personal capacity somewhat. Does that affect my ability to vote on the matter?
I'll ask legal up. Councillor O'Leary, do you believe that your relationship actually would affect your judgment in this application?
I do not, Chairman. I came to this with an open mind and we'll look at the application based on the facts before me and the presentation given by officers.
Okay, I'll still take this under advisement, but thank you for that clarification. Okay, I think the decision is that if you've got an open mind on this, that we will allow you to take part in that application. Thank you for bringing it up. Right, I now move on to the minutes. To agree and sign the minutes of the meeting held on Thursday, the 12th of June, 2025. Is everybody happy that they're a correct record of the meeting? That's lovely, thank you very much. Item 4 on the agenda is public participation. Members of the public registered to speak can have the opportunity to speak now if they wish, or wait for their item to be presented. If any member of the public wishes to speak now, please raise your hand. That's nobody, so thank you. I take it you're going to wait till your applications are heard. Please bear in mind, if it's a long meeting, some of the applications won't be till after lunch if we need to go on that long. Thank you. So we now move on to the planning applications, and we now consider item 5 on the agenda, which is P/FUL/2024/06791, Picnic Area Cafe, New Street Lane, Bridport, DT6 6AS. This will be presented by Bob Burden. Thank you. Over to you, Bob.
Thank you, Chairman. Right, just to locate members, here we are with the site, which is adjacent to the A35 Trunk Road to the southwest side of Bridport. To orientate you with the local smaller roads, New Street Lane there, Higher Eap Lane there, Mount Lane here, and Broad Lane off here, back into the town. The nearest, as you can see, obviously the site is outlined in red, and we also have areas in blue, which would be part of those areas peripheral to the red line would be subject to the biodiversity net gain provisions. The nearest residential dwellings to the site are about 30 metres to the west of the site, Cockgrowing Cottages, which are over here. The conservation area, Eap Conservation Area, begins just here, start at Mount Lane, and actually the first part of the conservation area is very linear in its form and simply follows the boundary of the lane before it expands to the conservation area proper around Eap Village. Listed buildings, there are listed buildings about 350 metres away to the west over here, and some are shown on this map, comparable distance, Verse Farm over here, the original core buildings of Verse Farm over there. The defined development boundary of Bridport is about in this location here. So the site is near to the defined development boundary. One thing I'd like to say early on about the issue of the rest area, particularly in relation to HGVs. For smaller vehicle users, obviously there are a range of alternative sites, options available around the A35, around Bridport, and also within the town itself. But for HGV users, clearly, if this site weren't available, not that it's a key site for HGV users, but if it weren't available, then the nearest provisions, I can give you an idea of where those are. But just to say generally, there's no policy in the local plan or the neighbourhood plan to require an HGV rest area. So we couldn't sustain a refusal on those grounds. And that's the case for the smaller vehicle users as well. It's the provision of HGV rest areas is an issue for National Highways rather than the local planning authority. I'm aware that the National Freight Team at National Highways acknowledges the need for a longer-term HGV facility on the A35 route, and that is something, along with other priority routes in the country, that is being actively explored, and that would depend clearly on central government funding. But in terms, just for information, the nearest facilities that are the more comprehensive facilities for HGVs, there's one at Turk's Head down by Honiton. There's the A35 pit stop at Kilmington Cross, and there's going the other way east, there is Kingston Pond site near Dorchester. And for HGV users, obviously those distances are nothing compared to the distances they go on. So there are other sites available in any event. There's an aerial view of the site, which is useful to show the existing extent of the boundary tree belt that surrounds the site apart from the northern access point. That's useful just to understand that. As I mentioned, the conservation area is very much within the treed context along the lane of Mount Lane there. And this group of trees here would be removed as part of the proposal, but there would be replacement tree planting, 58 trees within the site following from the new scheme if it were approved. So on the proposed layout, the existing route in and out of the site would basically be retained using the existing access, and within the site you'd have a small attenuation pond area here, car parking, 14 vehicles in this area here, an office building including offices, mess rooms, changing rooms, etc. here, and a garage building here which would accommodate 4 gritters together with snow ploughs in this location here. There's a canopied area here for washdown facilities. There are also ancillary storage facilities along here, fuel base, and the domed salt barn at the southern end of the site here. So on the general arrangement plan, this is useful to show where those trees are removed from the site. You see that group shown in pink here, which will be removed, together with some other trees dotted around the site you can see in pink for removal. And then new planting, see a line of trees will be planted here. A group of trees in front of the site there, which would help with screening from that northern route as those mature, given that they're in front of the proposed office building, together with new planting here, and some smaller areas here and here within the site. Tree species would be a mix of white beam cherry and crabapple in particular in here, and the attenuation basin would be mainly oriented around alder trees. So the office elevations, relatively low building, this 4.5 metres in height with timber-clad elevations, PV panels to the roof, and with a green sedum type roof proposed. Garage elevations, You see a 6.5 metre high building with roof lights on the top, and again, largely a timber-clad building. And the salt barn up to 11.6 metres high. However, as you can see, it's quite a substantive slope as you get to the higher reaches of the building. And that would be a sort of lower concrete plinth material with recessive coloured shingles on the higher sections as shown, as suggested there, but of a darker recessive brown colour. Landscape sections. You can see on here, this is a section from the front of the site, effectively running right through to the southern end of the site, and you can see how the existing topography, raised banking occurs here, together with established tree planting, such that would provide effective screening or filtering of any views towards the site. And the buildings are generally relatively low. Obviously, the salt barn is higher, but is of that distinctive domed design. And again, that's a cross-section across the site, just showing you, again here, some raised banking and the extent of the existing tree planting, which would be largely retained. And again there, just helps to give you an idea of the degree of containment that's present around the site. So a few photos. This is taken from the A35, looking towards the site, which is in the trees here, behind here, which shows how well screened the site is. Obviously in winter there'd be less leaf cover, but it would still provide a good filtering of any views towards the site. And coming in on the access off the A35 into Broad Lane and then into the site, you see there are existing quite sizable visibility displays, and they would be retained as part of this scheme as specified in one of the planning conditions. That's just looking straight through into the access. You can see here we've got the route in and route out, which would be retained as part of this scheme. Moving around towards the High Reap Lane side of things here. So Broad Lane sweeps around the site here, again just showing the extent of the mature tree screening around the site. And this is a view from Mount Lane conservation area, starting about this point here. Again, substantial screening wrapping around, and further round to the very south end of the site, Highlands and Holiday Park entrance, which is here. Again, the retained tree planting well established there. So it shows the entrance road into the site. As I mentioned, this group of trees would be removed, but 58 replacements would be planted, including quite a large number in this area here. Moving south into the site, you have the existing cabin cafe here, the toilet block there, and several of these freestanding trees would be removed. Just looking back from the south of the site, northwards, the small picnic area, a couple of picnic tables you can see in there. And then this gives you a flavour of the existing usage and locations of car parking around at the back of the site. And then moving further around, toilet block and cafe, just a view in front of those facilities. And then on leaving the site, you have lay-bys on this side for the larger vehicles to use if necessary. So main planning issues. Principle is supported by policy SUS2 because it involves an employment site close to the defined development boundary, providing significant employment over and above that currently present on the site. There are other facilities available locally, as I've mentioned, where for rest and refreshment, which can be used in and around the town. Visual impact, it is within the Dorset National Landscape, but due to the topography of the site and the visual containment of the site, together with additional proposed landscaping, we feel that it does not cause visual harm to the Dorset National Landscape. Heritage assets, there are listed buildings in the wider locality, but none close to the site. And similarly, the conservation area, as you saw, near to the site, but it's felt, given the nature of the scheme and the retained planting, that it would not harm the setting of the conservation area nor the listed buildings. The drainage scheme has been submitted, which in the strategy is acceptable and would be conditioned for the precise final details and the management and maintenance of that. Regarding ecology, an acceptable ecological impact assessment has been provided, and biodiversity net gain is also addressed up to about 16%, which is in excess of the 10% minimum required for biodiversity net gain. Residential amenity, I mentioned the cock crowing cottages away to the west of the site. Those are about 30 metres away, and acoustic reports have been submitted to show the impact on any windows in those properties, and Environmental Health Officer has considered the acoustic report and is content that any noise generated from the site would be at a very low level, would be unlikely to cause problems in residential amenity and sleep terms. In highways terms, existing access would be used. The Highway Authority is content with the scheme, subject to the appropriate layout as indicated, the parking and visibility displays, and so that is acceptable from that point of view. So the recommendation is, with a number of planning conditions, as you can see, fairly sort of predictable sort of conditions. Construction traffic management plan, that's a requirement of the Highway Authority. Land contamination, some work's been done on that, but there's a little bit more to do, but that's quite normal in these sort of situations, circumstances. Electric gate details into the site, method statement to ensure the retained trees are properly protected, a biodiversity plan to do with the construction environmental management side of things, surface water management scheme, ecological impact assessment, a landscape and ecological management plan, which is fairly standard material for this type of application. Surface water I've already mentioned, the highways has been referred to, specified visibility displays, lighting details are also important. We've managed to make sure that the lighting columns are as low as they reasonably can be. They're down to 8 metres. There is, of course, existing lighting already on the site by columns, which is slightly lower than this, but this has the advantage of also including particular details, which mean the lighting would be appropriate and would minimise any detrimental effects on bat foraging corridors, etc. And some details of the fixed plant and noise levels, which, as I say, was referred to environmental health. Landscaping details are submitted, and a hard and soft landscape specification has already been submitted. So, Chairman, given the compelling importance of highway safety, the need to make sure that the A35 is efficiently gritted and any snow can be efficiently removed, and a significant employment provision, these matters are considered to outweigh policy CF1 and loss of the rest area. Existing users are likely to use other facilities in or around Bridport to the benefit of those businesses, which could include pubs, cafes and restaurants. I recommend approval with conditions, Chairman. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Bob. Quite comprehensive. Could you go back to your recommendation and just leave that on the screen for us for the time being? We may have to come away from it, but that's lovely. Thank you. Right, we now move to public speakers. And first of all, we have the agent, which is Rebecca Tilley. Rebecca, you have 3 minutes, and we'll give you a heads up after 2 minutes 30. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. I'm the agent on behalf of the applicant for this application. As you are aware, this application seeks full planning permission for the construction of a new highway maintenance depot to the west of the A35 on behalf of National Highways. From October 2026, National Highways will take over the responsibility for maintaining the A35, and as a result, this proposal has been put forward to ensure the surrounding road network can be appropriately maintained. This proposal reflects the overriding imperative to deliver the facility in the public interest of maintaining a safe road network. National Highways have given careful consideration to the availability, suitability, and deliverability of potential alternative sites. However, no alternatives have been identified that could be deemed preferable to the application site that meet the specific requirements for the depot. Therefore, this is the site which can be delivered within the timeframes identified and is in the most geographically advantageous location, situated at the midway point between Exeter and Bournemouth, with the benefit of immediate access onto the A35. National Highways recognise that the proposals result in the loss of an existing rest area and picnic facility, a concern that has been raised by members of the public and the Parish Council. We have reviewed these responses carefully. However, in the absence of alternatives to meet the crucial need, the loss of the facility is an unfortunate and unavoidable consequence. As set out in the officer report, there are alternative facilities, including rest areas for HGVs, available for road users, and in any event, there is no statutory requirement for National Highways to provide these. Officers have assessed this loss against the relevant policies relating to community facilities and have found the proposals to remain in accordance with their requirements. Notwithstanding this, as mentioned, National Highways are continuing to monitor and review their wider long-term strategy for the rest area provision for the road network, which is subject to government funding. The site benefits from extensive natural screening, which will be retained and enhanced to ensure that any wider landscape impacts are avoided, a position which has been supported by the Council's own landscape officer. Constructive pre-application discussions were held with officers which informed the final design and have resulted in no objections being raised by any technical consultees. The proposal will deliver a net gain in biodiversity which exceeds the 10% requirement, a suite of sustainability measures including air source heat pumps, solar PV panels, and will deliver an additional 10 jobs. In summary, the proposed development will deliver a much-needed highway depot on an appropriate site with no suitable alternatives identified. The proposal will ensure that the safety of the road network can be maintained, which is in the public interest and is in accordance with the relevant development plan policies.
I was just going to say 30 seconds, so you beat me to it. Thank you very much, Rebecca. We'll now move on to the Parish Council. Councillor Paul Hartman from Symonsbury Parish Council, please. Same for you, Paul. 3 minutes and heads up at 2:30. Thanks.
My name is Paul Hartman. I'm Chair of Symonsbury Parish Council. The importance of the Ypres site to all residents and travellers cannot be underestimated. It is clear the site accommodates large volumes of HGV and commercial traffic, as well as holidaymakers and general private travellers. This is contrary to the comment in the applicant's planning statement, which suggests the site is only lightly used. The National Highways planning statement clearly considered biased towards their goal of obtaining consent on the land they own, which is not a planning matter. The applicant claims the Ypres site can best serve highway safety with the direct access to the A35. However, it must be remembered that under the current PFI network, it has been managed for many years out of Rockbere, some distance west of Honiton, and there's no reason why this cannot continue to a more suitable site is found. In terms of biodiversity and net gain, in pure planning terms, we disagree. The proposal radically alter the nature of the site, including the removal of habitat within the central area and sides. It must be remembered this will become an industrial site. The operation of the site will be intensive over 24 hours at times, and it is clear there will be no net gain in this instance, but in fact a reduction. In terms of landscape, this area is outside of the development boundaries and within the Dorset National Landscapes. SOS 2 is relevant, expressly stating that the development outside of the defined development boundaries will be strictly controlled, having particular regard to the need for protection of the countryside and environmental constraints. Furthermore, Policy L1 of the Bridport Area Neighbourhood Plan say the proposal must preserve and enhance the natural beauty of the Dorset National Landscapes and do not adversely affect the wider landscape setting, being designed in such a way as to positively exploit the site features using form, scale, materials and architectural approach appropriate to the site. It is clear the proposals will create some harm. The local policy, even B10, states the development should provide for the future retention and protection of trees and other features that contribute to an area's distinctive nature. However, the proposals remove the whole of the central tree area and landscape area becomes hard. Paragraph 136 of the NPPF is also directly relevant. National Highways claim there is no visibility of the site from the roads and surrounding area. There is existing mature landscape which still affords filtered visibility of the site from the A35, the wide entrance and broad lane. It is clear the large built forms, such as the salt pond, garages and offices, will clearly be visible from all sides and an intrusion into the landscape. As a foil to the SUS2 and Econ 2 requirements, National Highways stated will create new employment. However, this
30 seconds, Paul.
There is a legal issue, and that is the fact that HGV rest areas do have to be provided by National Highways. So in summary, it is clear to Symmetry Parish Council and on behalf of their residents and other users that the applicant has failed to demonstrate in planning terms the overall acceptability of their proposal, and we formally object to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I do apologise for that. My microphone cuts everybody else off, and I think you have to re-establish contact with your microphone. Thank you for that. That concludes the members of the public speaking. Bob, are there any points you wish to discuss following those two presentations? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just very briefly, in view of the Parish Council's comments, as I've made clear, the issue of HGV rest areas is something for National Highways, not for the local planning authority. And I've explained what provisions there are and what facilities there are locally. There may be some facilities at Rockbeer, but you know the proposal is for a new depot on this site, and it's for members to consider that today as to whether or not you feel this is suitable or not. There were comments made about BNG, but we're satisfied that the BNG, biodiversity net gain, provisions are appropriate and exceed the 10% minimum requirement. That's been checked with our ecologist. Development is there was also talk about the visual impact of the development, but we feel that there isn't harm caused to the national landscape, the Dorset National Landscape here. That's my view, and also the view of the National Landscape Officer on this particular site. And that's all I want to say on that. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Bob. We now move over to the committee members for any questions regarding for the officer. Could I please note that make it noted that Councillor Borden did leave the chamber for a short time, and I think that means you may not be able to take part in this application. Thank you. Any members wishing to ask technical questions of the planning officer, please raise your hand. Councillor Kimber, please remember, Paul, to look at me when you speak.
Councillor Paul Kimber, Portland Ward. I just wondered if we could show us the entrance into it, for looking at it, because it's obviously a very busy road, and if you could show us the entrance into it, and just for safety from the A35. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Bob. I believe that the picture's now on the screen for you, Councillor Kimber. Was there a question to follow that, or are you happy with the picture?
I'm happy with that, yeah. I just was wanting to check the lead into it. Unfortunately, yeah, as long as the highways are happy, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any other member that has a technical question for the planning officer, please? No? Councillor Northam.
Thank you. Thank you. Very comprehensive. Better this time. Thank you. David Northam from Upway and Broadway Ward in Wimborne. I had trouble this morning finding my way here. There we go. It's quite different. Thank you. I'll start again. David Northam from Upway and Broadway in Weymouth. Thank you. The comprehensive report, I know I've read through the papers. I found some contradictions in one or two places. It started off talking about 18 to 23 jobs. It then said 13 to 18 new jobs, and I note the applicant now refers to 10 jobs. I think that's quite important that there are jobs involved in this. I also look to see, well, what's been happening to date? How is the A35 currently gritted and such like? And I think it says somewhere in there, it's from the Charminster depot and it's Dorset Council. So presumably some of those jobs might even transfer, or anyway, a reduction of jobs at Dorset Council. So I just note the difference of numbers there, and I don't know whether it's important to record the 10 jobs rather than what it says in the report. So it's a question to the officer, really, as to whether it's 10 jobs or 13 to 18 jobs or what. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Northern. Bob, would you like to respond to that, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I think the most accurate picture on proposed employment is set out at 15.23 of that paragraph. Yeah, I mean, it looks like about five posts would be rolled over, and plus that would be topped up at the end of that paragraph by new jobs, which would be in those various areas that are mentioned. And, you know, the jobs include depot functions, obviously the gritting and snow ploughs side of things, planned maintenance, verge cutting, sweeping, gully clearance, etc., incident response, reactive safety works, inspection safety and asset inspectors. So there's quite a few roles that are covered within those proposed employment posts, Chairman. Thank you.
Councillor Northern, are you happy with that? Okay, that's lovely. Any more technical questions, members? No? Okay. In that case, we'll move on to debate. So you would like to start? No debate at all on this one. That's interesting. Councillor Kimber, please.
Councillor Paul Kimber, Portland. I'd like to move that this is supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kimber. Before we have any debate, we have a proposal to accept the recommendation. Do we have a seconder for this, please? Councillor Northam is seconding. I propose to park that for a second or two, just to see if members would like to debate, please, because I think this is an important application that does need some discussion. Councillor Matt Bell, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matt Bell, Radipole Ward in Weymouth. Thank you for the presentation on this and for answering a couple of technical questions there. It seems to me that this has satisfied the ecological side of things. It improves highways infrastructure for the benefit of a wide body of the public. If we can keep that road going as best as possible, that has to be a benefit. I also noted the officer's contribution about the idea that, yes, we're losing a public facility, but businesses nearby may see an uplift in usage with the loss of that rest area. So overall, I'm quite supportive of this. And I think anything we can do to keep our road network flowing and getting our vital tourists into the area throughout the year, including the winter months, and obviously for local residents and farmers and everyone else using the network, I think is a positive. And I think I'm satisfied that the ecological elements are being covered and that this is an appropriate use of that site. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Kate. Councillor Weather, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not convinced. I've been listening to the officer's report, which was very comprehensive, and thank you very much, but also to the speakers. And I'm coming down on each side with every time you speak, because clearly we need this facility on the A35. It's hugely important. But from your photographs and from the reports, it's an important resting place for leisure drivers, for private drivers. And whilst, yes, there would be an uplift for local businesses, which I'm sure would be welcomed, not as conveniently, having to go into somewhere and find a parking space and so on. It's not as easy as just driving in here, having your picnic and going on. And whilst we don't particularly want to encourage people to drive through Dorset on their way to Cornwall, we would like them to just stop here. An awful lot of them will drive all the way to Cornwall, and a convenient place for them to stop en route is hugely important. So I'm still sitting on the fence, really, but I think on the whole, I've read these papers a couple of times now. I think a site could be found that would still be appropriate without losing what is clearly a very attractive site and a very convenient site for private drivers, and the HGVs do use them as well. So I don't think it's quite as cut and dried as perhaps on the surface it looks. So I'm still wondering which way I'm going to go, I'm afraid. I do apologise, and that's not like me, I know. But it's so finely tuned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weller. Members, please, anybody that hasn't spoken, if you've got anything you wish to say in response to the proposal, we'll take Councillor Monks first and then followed by Councillor David Shortell.
Councillor Craig Monks, Bedminster Ward. Just to follow on from Councillor Weller, I'm very much in the same place, really. I think we can maybe take a bit too much of a view that this may well benefit other local businesses. But I think Councillor Weller makes a really valid point, actually, that I know when I travel down to Cornwall, which I do quite often, I don't go 2-3 miles into the local villages or towns to find somewhere to rest. You tend to follow the signposts for service stations. So I think that it's not quite as clear-cut as we might wish it to be. And I also wonder if there isn't other sites. And I don't want to bring up recycling centres again, but we have Dorset-owned facilities very close to this, and I just wonder if there would be other land on the A35 that would have been a bit more appropriate without losing that sort of public space. So I'm very much sort of on the fence with this as well. So it's an interesting one.
Thank you very much, Councillor Monks. Councillor Shortell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I noticed that, in fact, the facilities have been provided for lorry drivers for rest periods. I'm just wondering if there's a time restriction on the amount that the lorries can stay over, how long that would be, and whether they can sleep over.
Not quite sure on your question there, Councillor Shortell. I think this won't need any, and there won't be any room for cars or HGVs if this is approved. Can I just move on to Councillor Northern first, and I'll come back to you, Bob, and Officer Collins as well, because I think we need to have some clarification here on some of the comments that's being brought up by members. Thank you. Councillor Northern.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Northern, Upwey and Broadway still. Thank you. One thing that stood out for me was the comment that locating this gritting facility on this site is halfway between Exeter and Bournemouth, I think was the phrase, which is an ideal position because I considered also the alternate site. There's a comprehensive assessment of alternate sites, and this does provide one of the best choices to my mind. The east-west route is always the route that the government focus on. I'd like to see more focus on north-south routes, but that's not the matter under discussion today. So I'm convinced by the arguments here, and I think there is a loss of some facility, but I think if there's demand, that can be picked up elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob, can I come back to you and possibly Officer Collins as well for some direction on this one, because I think we may be losing focus on the actual application that's in front of us and what it's for. Thank you, Bob.
Right, yeah. Earlier on, I mentioned about the position with the HGV vehicles, and that it's a matter for national highways. There are other facilities in the wider locality, particularly well suited to HGV vehicles. There are also lay-bys, obviously, on various points along the A35, east and west of this site. The question was mentioned if there are any time restrictions on the site for stopping there. I'm not aware of any. But anyway, coming up, a couple of points were made by members about could we look at another site. It's clear from my report that the applicant has looked at a number of sites. I've summarised their responses to why those sites haven't been further progressed. but ultimately, members, it's for you today to consider whether or not this development is acceptable on this site or not. Thank you, Chairman.
Nothing to say on? No, okay, thank you for that, Bob. I think that's a good summing up. I'm going to ask Councillor Isink to comment, please.
Councillor Neil Isink, Egerton Ward. Yes, I want to kind of provide a summary really from how I'm seeing things, just to see whether it helps kind of clarify where we're at. Because I certainly take on board Councillor Weller's comments and also Councillor Monk's. I think the Parish Council makes some very good points. But I guess one of the challenges certainly that I see in terms of sitting on a planning committee is we only get to decide on what's in front of us at the time. And whilst it would be lovely to be able to somehow coordinate applications so they came in a serendipitous way that enabled us to plan things better, actually our role is only to opine on what is in front of us at the time. And therefore I'm struggling to see reasons why I could vote against this recommendation, just because it is about this application on this site. Whilst there may be other sites available, there is no application in relation to those sites that we're opining on today. So I'm struggling, whilst I take on board the comments of the Parish Council, to basically see why I would be able to not go with this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. So any other members wishing to speak, please? Otherwise, I'm going to move to a vote shortly. Anybody else? Okay, so if all members are happy they have sufficient information to enable them to make an informed decision, to recap, we have a proposal from Councillor Kimber that's been seconded by Councillor Northam, and all members have had an opportunity to speak. So the proposal is to approve the officer's recommendation, including any relevant comments on the update sheet. And the officer's recommendation is to approve this application. All those in favour, please show of hands. Those against? And abstentions? Councillor Borden, thank you. In that case, the application is approved in accordance with the officer's recommendation. When I pause for members of the public to leave the chamber. Can I just say thank you to everybody for your efforts this morning and turning up. Thank you. Okay, we'll restart the meeting now. So this application is item 6, which is WD/D/20/002/002, Manor Farm Lane, Winterbourne Abbas, ST2 9LR. And this is presented by James Litton Trevis. Over to you, James. Thank you.
Good morning. This application is by Smith Daniels. It is being reported to Planning Committee because there was initially support for the application from the Parish Council, and the application is for Mage Development is being recommended for refusal. I'm going to spend a bit of time showing you what's on the site because there's quite a lot on the site, so forgive me if it goes on a bit. The site is in the eastern half of the village of Winterbourne Abbas, and Winterbourne Abbas is a linear village, as you all know, sitting within a valley. The site of Manor Farm is a complex of stone and flint farm buildings, a farmhouse and modern agricultural sheds, which lies to the north of the A35 trunk road. 5 stone barns and a large gabled farmhouse are present within the site. These buildings, some of which have been altered to accommodate modern farming practices, whilst unlisted, are clearly of historic value. The stone wall runs along the entire frontage. The village and its surrounding landscape are located within the Dorset National Landscape, formerly known as the AONB, and a significant proportion of the western side of the site falls within the Winterbourne Abbas Conservation Area. There are 5 trees on the southern boundary, which are protected by a tree preservation order. The farm is bounded to the west by residential development, to the north by open farmland on the rising chalk downland, and to the east by a petrol station, and the south by the A35 and Winterbourne Valley Primary School on the opposite side of the road. There is vehicle access to the site from the A35 and also from Manor Farm Lane. So, existing buildings, there's quite a few on the site. I'm going to show you pictures of them anyway. But the blue is the farmhouse with a store on it, the right-hand side of it. The orange is the road-fronting barn. It's a very large building. The grey building is a roadside open barn. The black building is an open-sided bayed barn. This will all become meaningful in a moment. The red building is the storage and milking barn. The yellow is a small outbuilding. And the green are large modern Dutch barns, that sort of thing. So there's the road frontage. It's a stone wall, I think it's Recon stone wall on the frontage. There's the entrance into the site. There's one of the barns, another barn just off camera. That's the farmhouse. This is the store next to it. That's the road-fronted barn, substantial building. It's occupied by long-eared bats. That's the roadside open barn. This shows the open-sided bayed barn. This one is proposed to be demolished and replaced with something very similar. That's the storage and milking barn. You can see that there's a traditional building and they've put a Dutch barn over the top of it at some point. That's proposed to be replaced with something similar. That's the back of it. So you can see the Dutch barn. And there's the original building, somewhat compromised, I think, would be fair to say. There's the small outbuilding. That's just to the, excuse me, the left-hand side of the farmhouse. And those are the modern barns. They're on the right-hand side of the site, the eastern side of the site. And there's some more modern barns on the western side of the site next to the entrance as you drive in. This is the proposed block plan, and I'll go through it. The site can be divided into 3 areas for the erection of the 32 dwellings. In the western part of the site, the houses, units 1 to 6, would be in terraces of 3, with traditional cottage detail and proportions, constructed in flint and brick banding. That's these. That's where the modern farm buildings are at the moment. The proposed replacement buildings for demolished open-side bayed and storage and milking buildings, units 7 and 8 and 9 to 11, would have the appearance of converted barns. So that open-sided bay barn is located there. That would be replaced with houses that look a bit like what it does already. And the storage and milking building, that big one, had the Dutch barn over the top of it. That's here. That would be replaced with houses that look a bit like what's there already, obviously without the Dutch barn over the top. In the centre, near the farmstead, units 12 to 7 in an L shape of 2 terraces. These would be in the style of converted barns. That's here. The eastern part of the site would have the new units in a grid arrangement. 4 units, plots 18 to 21, which would be cottage-style terraces and flints, units 20 to 27 with traditional cottage-style houses in brick and flint with brick banding, and units 28 32 at the northeast corner of the site would be in 1.5 stories in flint and brick. The retention and reuse of the small outbuilding and store situated at the west and east of the farmhouse respectively, retention and reuse of the road fronting barn as a bat roost, retention and reuse of the roadside open barn as EV charging and cycle parking. So these are the buildings that I've just described, the new houses. This is the roadside barn that will be retained for parking. That's the road-facing barn that would become a bat roost. The small storage building next to the farmhouse would be retained as a store. And this small storage building would also be retained for storage. On the western end, on the western edge, there would be an attenuation basin to collect surface water, and that's this feature here. I'll talk about this a bit later on. So an attenuation basin is basically a hole in the ground, effectively. In the south, a dedicated play area and a school car park. So a dedicated play area is proposed in this location, so local area play is the more technical term. And here we have a car park for users of the school opposite. At the moment, the parents actually park in the farmyard. The owner lets them do it. That would be retained. People dropping kids off at school would still be able to use those car parking spaces. And finally, there would be access across the site from Manor Farm Lane, which enters the site just here, and then emerges over here. 11 of the houses would be affordable, and those are the blue, dark blue dwellings here. That's a breakdown of the accommodation proposed. It's a mix of 2 or 3 bedroom houses. You don't need to know really, but I put that in case anyone had questions on that. So let's just go through the units quickly. That's units 1 to 6, brick, flint, clay, tile, stone. That's unit 7 to 11. That's the replacement building for the open-sided bayed barn. As you can see, it's designed to look a bit like the building that it would replace. Materials from the existing building would be reused within it. That's the units 12 to 17. That's the brick, flint, timber, and slate other materials. Units 18 to 21, brick, flint, and slate. You're probably getting the theme here. It's all very traditional looking. Slides have got stuck. Okay, I think I've sorted it out. Units 22 to 27, again, brick, flint, stone, slate, tile, I can see there. Units 28 to 32, stone, brick, tile, and slate. So obviously a traditional theme. So moving on to the main issues, the key planning issues. First of all, the principle of the developments. The proposal would comply with policy sus 2 of the local plan that directs the provision of open market houses to sites located within the defined development boundary. It's in the defined development boundary. So the principle, subject to site-specific criteria, is acceptable. Moving on to the second one, the character and appearance of the area and setting of heritage assets. I've broken the site down. All of the Manor Farm buildings, excepting for the modern barns and the farmhouse, are in the conservation area, and these are noted as important local buildings. The retained buildings are the road fronting barn, for the bats, the farmhouse store next to the farmhouse, and the small outbuilding just to the left of the farmhouse. The buildings which would be demolished are the open-sided bayed building and storage and milking building, which I showed to you, which lie across the centre of the site. We're looking at the centre of the site now. A structural report confirmed that these buildings could not be retained. Simply, they just would not be able to be converted. They are in such a poor state of condition. But clearly, the loss of the farm building still results in less than substantial harm to the conservation area. This harm lies at the lower end of the scale, though, because we are retaining buildings and restoring buildings which otherwise would be left derelict, and we are replacing two buildings with very similar replicas of them, with using as much of the material as we can. So there is a positive issue there. The proposed replacement buildings to the demolished open-sided bay and storage and milking buildings, units 7, 8 and 9 to 11 respectively, would have the appearance of converted barns, which I've already shown you, and retain the existing grouping of buildings around the farmhouse. The character appearance of this part of the site is considered acceptable and complies with our policy. So on the bottom left, where there's modern farm buildings, units 1 to 6 would be in terraces of 3 with traditional cottage detail and proportions constructed in flint with brick banding. This would have an informal farmstead character, is considered acceptable. Looking at the top corner of the site, near the farmstead, near the farmhouse, development would respect the loose-knit courtyard arrangement of the complex, placing the new units, 12 to 17, in an L shape of 2 terraces. These would be in style again of converted barns. Again, the scheme is considered acceptable. Look at the eastern part of the site where we've got the largest concentration of new dwellings, which they're arranged in a grid unit. 4 units, 18 to 21, would be cottage-style terraces and flint with brick banding. 28 to 32 at the northeast corner would be 1.5-storey houses in flint and brick. And 22 to 27 would be traditional cottage-style houses. The more orthogonal layout of this part of the site forms an appropriate contrast with, and therefore distinction from, the looser arrangement of buildings around the farmhouse. The roadside open barn at the bottom there would be retained as parking, cycle storage, and this is considered acceptable. There are a number of other designated heritage assets. They're not within the site. They're not shown on this aerial picture. But we have decided and explained in the report that we do not consider that the proposals would affect the monument's significance. Clearly, the new bill, retention of barns, has less than substantial harm on the non-designated heritage assets and also the conservation area. Given the location in the valley where it would occupy the lower slopes, it would follow the existing pattern development in this part of the village. It would not harm the landscape setting of this part of the Dorset National Landscape. In this case, the potential public benefits include the provision of 11 affordable dwellings, a play area, a school car park, a public footpath link, enhancement of a neglected site, and reduction in surface water runoff onto the A35 are considered to be relevant to the balanced judgment for impacts on non-designated heritage assets and the conservation area. In view of the above, we take the view that the public benefits of the proposal would outweigh the less than substantial harm to the non-designated heritage assets and the conservation area. Moving on to the next issue, and that is flood risk. There are 2 types of flood risk. There's fluvial surface water. The first one I'm going to look at is fluvial, and that's river flooding from river water. Part of the site is within flood risks zones 2 and 3, the access but not the proposed dwellings. Consideration is needed having regard to the following: the sequential test and access and egress and emergency planning. So the dark blue shows the extent of flood risk area. The site is labelled there, as you can see. So looking in slightly greater detail, this shows the flood risk area in better detail. The lines here, the blue lines, here, show the extent of the flood risk zone. I'm following it with my cursor. And you can see that none of the dwellings would be within the flood risk zone, but the access would. That's the access there. This shows the potential depth of water from river flooding. And it shows that at the access, just here, and you can't really read that probably, but I can, or I did before I came here, that the depth of the water could be at peak times for a duration of, we don't know, but could be several hours or minutes even, up to 10 centimetres at the access point. It's much deeper on the other side of the road, but that's not the access, is it? So at the other side of the road, it could be 20 to 30 centimetres. But at the access, the records show that it's 10 centimetres, all thereabouts. In accordance with National Planning Policy Framework, development in flood risk areas should not be permitted if there are alternative available sites appropriate for the development in areas with a lower risk of flooding. So this is what we call the sequential test, where if there are other sites that within the catchment of Winterbourne Abbas, say Dorchester, for example, because it's not far away, that don't flood, then really we shouldn't be building in areas that do flood, even if it's just the access. In the report, I've identified 2 alternative sites in Dorchester which would fulfil the housing delivery. Therefore, the scheme effectively fails the sequential test. And as a result, it's not acceptable to have an access to a site that floods, even if the houses don't. Moving on to surface water flooding, and that's a different kettle of fish, because obviously, apart from the surface water entering the main road, the A35, it also runs down currently through the site. And obviously it runs down elsewhere in the village. We've only mapped this site. This is a valley, so water is going to be running down every single property probably. But just looking at this site, currently there is an issue with surface water flooding. So this is the 1 in 30-year event that we are looking at, so it's obviously the more frequent event. And in event of flooding, this is a view of Manor Farm looking towards the A35, looking down towards it. You can see the water flowing towards the road. So an attenuation basin is proposed to manage this. So I showed it to you earlier. The attenuation basin, which is here, is essentially a hole in the ground. It's not elevated above normal ground level. There are no levee banks. Water would collect in the basin, then drain through the pipe in dark blue, which I'll point out in a moment, across the site and then reaching the river through an existing culvert under the road. An emergency overflow or spillway from the basin would direct water along a dedicated emergency overflow channel running alongside the rear of units 1 to 6. Surface water could be mitigated in this way, so effectively the water comes down the valley, enters the basin here, then drains through a pipe into a swale, and then down to the culvert under the road. And in the event, or unlikely event, that it became blocked, it would run down here instead. That's the emergency overflow, effectively. Our drainage engineers have looked at this and gone into incredible detail, which I obviously can't go into here, but they consider that this would be acceptable with appropriate maintenance and management of it. And obviously, this would be something which we would have to control to ensure that blockages don't occur and that it's always going to be working. We've done the first 3. The next one is on amenity. The dwellings would have adequate living accommodation, amenity space and parking. There would be adequate privacy, outlook and light to each of the dwellings. Neighbouring dwellings would not be adversely affected. The attenuation basin would be 2 metres deep. The side slopes of the basin are 1 in 3. It'd be fenced for safety. So there are no issues with amenity. Highways, a suitable preliminary scheme for the improvements to the existing access onto the A35 has been provided, which will be implemented and available for use prior to occupation and development. The applicant would also be required to enter into a suitable legal agreement with National Highways, because obviously this is a trunk road, as the scheme would involve works within the highway boundary that is not with the applicant's control. In terms of highways, it's encouraged that there would be provision of school parking, EV charging within the retained barn next to the road, which I showed to you. So there are no objections on highway issues. As the proposal exceeds 10 dwellings, an on-site provision would be needed of 11 dwellings and an off-site contribution for the remaining 0.2 of a dwelling. This would need to be secured through, obviously, a Section 106 agreement. So if a Section 106 agreement were available, it would meet provision of affordable housing. Next, nutrient neutrality. Increased wastewater for the new developments, including new residential developments, has the potential to increase levels of nitrogen within Poole Harbour, as we all know. The mitigation would need to be secured separately, and a suitable condition could secure it if it were to be granted permission. Biodiversity, an ecological impact assessment and biodiversity plan would need to be secured by condition if the application were to be approved. And finally, the play area for public use would need to be secured as well if permission were to be granted. Now, I would just point out, the applicant's obviously here, but I would just point out that the applicant makes the following case to support their development. So the case is that there would be 32 affordable houses, so they would provide all affordable, not just 11. All affordable houses would be provided in conjunction with sovereign housing if permission were granted. School parking spaces would be provided permanently and upgraded pedestrian protection barriers. There would be a secure children's play area or local area of play. The designation of the stone barn to house a small colony of long-eared, grey long-eared bats would be in perpetuity. Surface water attenuation, which would assist in the management of current water flows across the site, obviously which flood the road. Removal of the unsightly agricultural buildings. The creation of a pedestrian walkway linking two ends of the village through the site, removing the need to walk alongside the busy A35. So that brings me to the recommendation. The proposal would be located in part within flood risk zones 2 and 3, and there would be no safe access and egress route to and from the site in the event of a flood. Hence, the development is contrary to the Development Plan and National Planning Policy Framework, and this is the main reason for refusal in reason 1. Now, I mentioned a lot of other stuff. The proposals will obviously result in less than substantial harm to non-designated heritage assets in the conservation area. There are potential public benefits, including 11 affordable dwellings, a play area, school car park, public footpath link, enhancement of a neglected site, and reduction of surface water runoff onto the A35 are considered to be relevant to the balanced judgment for impacts on non-designated and designated heritage assets. The public benefits of the proposal could outweigh the less than substantial harm to the non-designated heritage assets of the conservation area if a Section 106 agreement were completed. However, at this point in time, there is no completed 106 agreement, and therefore the affordable housing, play area, and surface water drainage would not be secured, and therefore limited to no weight can be given to these. So that's the reason for the remaining reasons for refusal. They just basically cover all the things which would be secured by a Section 106 agreement. But the main reason is number 1. Those are the first 3. They continue onto the next page. They're in the report, so I'm not going to sit here and read them. I think you just need to focus on reason 1, that the application fails the sequential test. And that's why we are recommending refusal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, James. Quite a complex and wordy one, but I can understand why. Right, we'll move on to public speakers now. I think we've got agent and applicant Giles Moore and Robin Smythe going to share the 3 minutes between you. Are okay? So, as you heard earlier, 3 minutes from when I say now, and we'll give you a heads up at 2 minutes 30. Thank you very much.
Good morning. You have a simple binary decision to make today, whether to grant or reject this planning application. The first is, why do I want you to grant this application? The answer to that is easy. It's my job, and I have invested 4 years and close to £200,000 into this proposal before you, and it's how I make a living. The second is why you should grant this application. There are several reasons, but permit me to share just a few with you. There are nearly 7,000 people on the waiting list for an affordable home in the Dorset Council area. This development, if granted, will provide 32 affordable homes that could accommodate approximately 150 folk. Out of those people, roughly 80 could be children. With the primary school opposite struggling for numbers, granting planning could be an act that supports its future. Currently, the parents of the school are permitted to use the farmyard to drop off and to collect their children. This is on an ad hoc basis and could be stopped at any time. If permission is granted, the scheme will provide a safe, dedicated area for parents to continue doing this, but on a permanent basis. A flood mitigation solution has been designed and agreed with the Council's alleviation officer. This not only assures that none of the proposed new homes are at risk of flooding, but also significantly reduces the risk of flooding of the A35 alongside the site, which we understand is very problematic for the local community and those travelling through the village. Finally, this is a brownfield site situated in an area of outstanding natural beauty. The village of Winterbourne Abbas needs these homes, and Dorset Council needs these homes to go some way to reduce the waiting list for an affordable property. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the application. We're grateful for the opportunity to work with officers to resolve all but one issue associated with the application, that being the sequential test. To reiterate, the details set out in your officer's report, there's no objection raised by the Environment Agency and there are no objections from your drainage officers. If we accept the sequential test has not been passed, this does not mean that the application should automatically be refused. The National Planning Policy Framework makes it clear that the sequential test needs to be weighed alongside other material planning considerations, and paragraph 164 of the NPPF sets out the aim of the sequential test is to steer new development to areas with the lowest risk of flooding from any source, i.e. it's not a pass-fail assessment. And there is appeal precedent which supports this approach, and the appeal inspector commenting that the sequential test allows for discretion rather than requiring a mandatory refusal. As you've heard, the properties are not within the flood zone, either future or existing flood zones, and there's been a very recent appeal decision, and I'll quote from that decision, which has similar parallels with no properties at risk of flooding, where the inspector quotes, a strong reason for refusal based on...
30 seconds and you'll need to put your microphone back.
Sorry, must to my mind go beyond mere technical conflicts, even if they are important. There must be substantive risks and harm that go beyond policy. I do not therefore view this as a strong reason for refusing the development proposed, and that's a quote from an appeal decision. The proposed properties at Manor Farm are outside the flood zone and do not result in real-world harm, again using the phrase of the inspector in terms of the approach to future residents.
Your time is up, I'm afraid. You've gone over, but have you almost finished?
The only other point was just to reiterate no objection to entering into a 106 agreement to address reasons for refusal 2 to 6.
Thank you. I was going to be asking that, so I'm glad you put that in at the end. James, would you like to come back on anything that's been said by the applicants or agents? Okay, in that case, we're going to move on to technical questions to the officer from members. Can I just, before we go into that, I'd like to queue jump here. James, can you address the appeal precedent that we've all been sent on this sheet? We did mention it at the pre-meet. If Officer Collins would like to do that, that would be helpful, because I think it can sway the members' minds reading this, and it would be helpful to have some clarification. I would also point out it's been a long journey, that there has been a lot of discussion between Dorset Council and the applicant. So this isn't, there's an awful lot of years of work gone into this. So I'd also like some clarification as to why we need an S106 agreement, because I think members will be asking that question as well, because it's quoted as reasons for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, with regards to the appeal decision, officers are well aware of it. We've read it as well. It is only a single appeal decision, and it's considering a completely different site that's in a completely different part of the country with a completely different set of development plan policies with it. Appeal decisions are always interesting to read. They can potentially be useful, but they don't set a precedent. When we have an application that goes to appeal, either us or maybe the appellant might refer to other appeal decisions, and the inspector will always say, I'm here to consider the scheme that's in front of me, and those other decisions don't set a precedent. They are always different circumstances. Quite importantly, in the appeal decision you've been sent for the Faversham site, the local planning authority didn't have a 5-year land supply, whereas at this time, Dorset Council does have a 5-year land supply. We know we have a need for housing land moving forward, but at this point in time, we do have a 5-year land supply, and therefore the tilted balance is not invoked under the MPPF, which is quite a different set of circumstances to the Faversham appeal decision. Chair, was the second part of the question about the section 106?
Yes, it was. It seems to be mentioned a lot of times as to it cannot be secured because there's no S106 in place. And I think this actually comes across as a reason for refusal, and it is, but obviously not the main reason. But I'm just trying to understand myself, and also perhaps for members, what the procedure is, why this S106 is required, and how it would come about. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, when we have applications which, if they were going to be approved, require a section 106, generally we will give the applicants the opportunity to enter into the section 106 during the life of the application. Now, clearly, not all applicants will do that, particularly if they think there is a chance that the application won't be supported, because there's legal costs around drafting and agreeing to a section 106. So here, a section 106 hasn't been completed. That's not because the applicant wouldn't be willing to do so, but obviously there are, you've heard Mr. Smythe talk about significant costs already incurred, and there'd be more costs incurred. So it is something that could be addressed if members were minded to recommend the application for approval, because you could delegate authority to get that section 106 agreement completed. But as that is not the view of officers in terms of that first reason refusal, those other reasons have to go on there. Equally, if the application was refused and the decision was appealed, again, the applicant at that point, as part of the appeal process, has the opportunity to put to the inspectorate a section 106. We would consider as a council, and it might be that both parties would sign up to it before the inspector actually considered the appeal, at which point reasons 2 to 6 would effectively fall by the wayside.
Thank you. I think that was really, really helpful. Members, technical questions to the officers, please. Councillor Monks.
Chair, I fear that your question, which I think, for me at least, you hope to see some clarity, it's actually slightly confused me a bit more. But my question is going to be very similar around the 106, and I suspect most members are probably picking up on the same point. So I guess my question is, if I'm reading between the lines of the answer, is what is there more work that could be done before a decision is taken either way to secure a section 106 as part of this? Because at the moment, I'm kind of uneasy either way with this. No, I'm going to try and finish, otherwise I sound like a bit of an idiot. I'm aware there's lots of people in the room today. So I guess what I'm saying is it feels like we could potentially go a long way down a road here and come to a conclusion that we could find a lot easier. And I just wonder if there's some more work that could be done just to get that over the line sooner rather than later.
I will refer to James, but I think the issue is that that can come further down the line, but there's a cost involved, so there's not a lot of point in getting heavily into an S106 if the application is going to be refused. But James, if you could clarify for me.
Yes, I mean, that's quite right. I mean, regions 2 to 6 are basically just to cover the fact there is a need for Section 106 agreement if it were to be allowed or approved on appeal, for example. It's just to cover those points so that they're not lost. In terms of the reason why we haven't negotiated Section 106 agreement is because, apart from the fact the applicant has prepared numerous expensive reports, they've even done trial archaeological trenching on the site. They have covered everything that I have asked them to do. They've even revised the scheme. I didn't tell you that earlier, but they've revised all the plans to make the scheme acceptable to conservation officers and to me. They have changed the details of the surface water drainage using specialists in that area. So the attenuation basin was moved originally. It wasn't thought that it would work properly. They've spent a long time satisfying national highways, because national highways, as you probably know, are quite strict about what they will accept on a trunk road. So they've had a lot of expense, and I know how much they've spent. And we wouldn't put them through thousands of pounds worth of Section 106 agreement if we're recommending refusal.
Lovely, thank you for that, James. Are you happy with that, Councillor Monks? Okay, I've got Councillor Northam, followed by Councillor Borden, followed by Councillor Kimber. Thank you.
Thank you, David Northam, Upwey and Broadway. We seem to be caught up in a technicality. Well, I regard it as a technicality. I'm sure it's a bit stronger than that, but about the sequential test. And I'd like to just ask some questions about the sequential test. My understanding of the sequential test is that it's a necessary process if sites are within flood zone 3. And what we've seen here is that only the entrance is within flood zone 3. And it was pointed out to us during the application that the footpath across the site will be improved. So should there be a flood, there is still access to the site across the footpath, albeit I would guess that eventually that footpath reaches another flooded area outside of the application area. But I think the other factor is that the flood risk isn't one of rising water levels, it is of a rain risk, and which will be limited in its duration and such like. So there is a way for people to exit from the site and access the site, even if the road itself is blocked at the entrance. So I question that part of the sequential test. The second question is, it seems wrong to be able to say that a development in Winterbourne Abbas is not acceptable because there are alternates in Dorchester. There are quite different places. And the idea that 32 affordable homes are going to be developed in Dorchester on a site is a nonsense. Dorchester doesn't deliver that sort of housing at that sort of scale. So I would really like to see 32 affordable homes go forward, because I think it would be a tremendous benefit, and we seem to be stuck with a technicality. There was one last thing, footpath. Yeah, no, the affordable homes, I think, provide that community benefit that outweighs much of the other considerations, and there was reference made to clause NPP F164, and I think it might be worth looking at clause NPP F164, because it seemed to have scope for allowing exceptions to sequential tests. So 3 questions there, I think, in there. If you can untangle that for me, please, James.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Northam. I'll leave that one to you, James, but if you can find P164, may be useful for members. Thank you.
The point was that there needs really to be vehicle access as well as pedestrian access to the site. But the councillor is correct that there is safe pedestrian access to Manor Farm Lane. And indeed, that doesn't flood. So that would be safe, the access to Manor Farm Lane. The other things didn't seem to be questions. Could the chairman maybe tell me what the questions actually were? I thought they were more like statements.
What is the reasoning for considering Dorchester as a suitable alternative site when it is quite different in its character and nature from Winterbourne Stickland, which is a village development?
Yeah, sorry. The point was made 32 affordable houses. We can't attach weight to 32. We can only attach weight to 11 because we can only secure 11 by Section 106 agreement. It just so happens that Sovereign would do 32, but that wouldn't be Section 106 housing. And comparing Winterbourne Abbas with Dorchester, we have to look at a catchment. And in the report, I showed you a map showing the catchment that we looked at. So we can't be as specific as to say that all housing must be directed to Winterbourne Abbas. We have to look at a larger catchment than that, which would obviously 3 miles away, Dorchester would be included.
Yes, thanks, James. I think we're constrained by the requirements of the sequential test rather than what we would like to do. Often we come across this in planning that the rules are there and it's up to members to decide what weight to give to things. I think Councillor Kimber was next, followed by Councillor... Oh, sorry. I do apologise, David. Go on.
I think it does come down to the sequential test that's defined in this paragraph 164, and I haven't ever read that paragraph. I'm sure the officer has, but nevertheless, given the challenge from the applicant on that, I think it might be worth looking at the wording, either now or at some later time if we have to take more time over this. But I think that this application merits moving forward, and I'm frustrated that we're not in a position to do so. It appears.
Thank you, Councillor Northam. Councillor Borden, then, please.
Thank you, Belinda Borden, Lyme Regis and Charmouth. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. It seems like a really good development with all affordable homes. It's exactly what we want. The village would, I think, be enhanced by it. I'm just interested again in the mitigations for the surface water flooding. You've mentioned of the attenuation tank, but the sequential test refers to the fluvial flooding, and the A35 does flood when it rains. I've driven through it on many occasions. Are there any mitigations that could be put in place to kind of offset the fact that this sequential test is in the planning policy and seems to be, I mean, it's obviously not technical because we don't want to be building in flood risk areas. However, it's an occasional event that would not affect the housing according to the proposal, but it would affect the access. So are there any mitigations that could be put in place to reduce that impact?
Obviously, it's just something that the village has inherited, like a lot of Dorset villages. I dare say that if National Highways had the appetite to do anything, they would have done it by now. And I suspect it's because you probably can't do anything about it, because the river, as you know, runs right along the side of the road. It's a very narrow watercourse as well. So obviously, it being narrow, it doesn't take much for it to overflow into the road. So we have this situation where the whole of Winterbourne Abbas is effectively at risk. You know, if you bought a house there, you know that you probably might have to go through floodwater. So it's just one of those things that we just have to bear with. And I suppose what we're trying to do here is to avoid any more problems in the future, which is why the application fails the sequential test. The wording of the MPPF, which the other councillor mentioned, 174, I'll just read it to you. I mean, it's quite general. Within this context, the aim of the sequential test is to steer new development to areas with the lowest risk of flooding from any source, so that includes surface water. Development should not be allocated or permitted if there are reasonably available sites appropriate for the proposed development in areas with a low risk of flooding. The strategic flood risk assessment will provide the basis for applying this test. So effectively, development should not be allocated or permitted. Could you not hear that?
James, I think that you're just probably far enough away from the microphone that it's difficult to hear. Sometimes your voice gets a bit sort of mumbly and it's not very clear. And I think what you just said was rather important. So, yes, please, Officer Collins, thanks.
So, paragraph 174, booming now, aren't I? Within this context, the aim of the sequential test is to steer new development to areas with the lowest risk of flooding from any source. So sources of fluvial flooding, tidal flooding, surface water flooding, and groundwater flooding. Here we're only talking about fluvial and surface. Development should not be allocated or permitted if there are reasonably available sites appropriate for the proposed development in areas with a lower risk of flooding.
That sounds pretty final. We've got Councillor Kimber followed by Councillor Christopher, please.
Councillor Paul Kimber, Portland. This is an attractive development, and 32 affordable homes at this time does weigh heavily on me. I just wonder why the Environment Agency, who have possibly have more skill and expertise than ever I could ever think of on the whole business of flooding, why they did not make a comment regarding that, or perhaps I missed it in the report. Thank you.
It may be they don't have to bow to the sequential test, Councillor Kimber. I'll pass it over to James, please.
Simply because they don't apply the sequential test, the local planning authority applies it.
Sorry, and the EA also don't have a remit to consider safe access and egress. Safe access and egress is a local planning authority responsibility, as is a sequential test.
Councillor Kimber, are you satisfied with the response?
I accept the I accept the response, yes, but I don't like it.
Yeah, I understand the dilemma. Councillor Christopher, please, followed by Councillor Northam.
Councillor Simon Christopher, Dorset Council, Marshwood Vale Ward. Merely to say, Chair, can we move on with the debate?
We can, as soon as members are happy they've asked all the technical questions they wish to ask. I realise everyone's hot. This is quite a long application, but we need to do it justice. Who was after Councillor Christopher? Councillor Northam, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to wait to take part in the debate.
That's lovely. Okay, members, I think it is time. Officer Collins, yes, come in, please.
Can I just say one more thing, Chair, before we move to debate? I've heard several members talk about 32 affordable houses. We need to be really clear. We are not talking about 32 affordable houses. We are talking about 11 affordable houses, because that is all that could be secured under the policy of the local plan. There is absolutely no guarantee that the other 21 would be affordable or that Sovereign would proceed with the site. So I just need to make that clear for members before they move to debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Collins. And I'll just do, come on, Councillor Northam, just this last one, please make it brief.
Yes. So the technical question is, if the applicant is saying they're delivered 32 homes, isn't that affordable homes, isn't that a condition that then makes it acceptable that it goes forward? Because I don't see it should be determined by the plan if the applicant is willing to deliver more.
I think Councillor, did it again. Officer Collins is quite correct. The application only technically covers 11 affordable. If the applicant finds somebody wishes to put more in, that's fine, but we can't condition that or insist upon it, I believe. But Officer Collins, please.
Thank you, Chair. You're absolutely right. We have to base it on the policy. It would be an unsound decision if we had a legal agreement requiring 32. It could be challenged in law. There's also another reason that the registered provider will undoubtedly rely on grant from Homes England, and Homes England will only give grants on the properties not subject to a Section 106. So, in fact, by making them subject to a Section 106, you'd actually scupper the delivery of the site because they wouldn't be able to obtain Homes England grant funding.
It gets even more complex. Members, I think it's time to move on to the debate, please. If there is any burning technical question, you might be able to slip it into the debate, but who would like to go first? Councillor Monks, please.
Yeah, Chair, just following on from my technical question, I'm minded to move that we actually go against the officer's recommendation and go with approval with conditions including a section 106, but I'm not going to propose that just yet because I just want to pull it out there for other members to consider, because I think what I'm trying to say is I think this is a good application and I'd like to see if we can move it forward rather than lose it today.
Thank you for that. Who was next? Who was next? Oh, Councillor Borden, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm minded as well. I think for a small village to have an opportunity of however many affordable houses, bang opposite a primary school, it's the sort of development that is beneficial to the community and could sustain a village that might otherwise struggle. Particularly, I have struggling primary schools in my patch. I kind of feel that the number of times the road floods is, I suppose, likely to increase given increased rainfall we're predicted, but it still doesn't prevent most of the time it's fine. And when it floods, it tends to be the outside of the village and not the village itself, in my personal experience. So I feel as though the benefits of the proposal and the play area and the parking for the primary school and the enhancement to the future of the village sustainability, I think probably outweighs the the detriment of the fluvial risk, the risk of flooding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Borden. Councillor Weller, please, followed by Councillor Northam.
Thank you very much, Chair. Councillor Weller, Rodwell and Wyke. Seems like a really nice development. It's a good design, good amenity provisions around the houses, and it's a very good use of what is otherwise rapidly becoming a very derelict site. So it has an awful lot going for it. Supporting the local school is a really big issue, as Councillor Borden mentions, and is to be applauded. And as Councillor Borden says, if it's only 11 houses, that's 11 more than we would otherwise have, and we always need to take those quick wins. I see Mr. Denny is up there. I'm sure he would like to approve that statement. As always, I'm concerned about attenuation ponds, so I'd want to be assured that all the necessary safety issues around that attenuation pond are in place. I'd be very, very concerned if they weren't. And, you throw in this sequential testing and that, you say, oh gosh, but actually, on balance, the flooding issues are not as great as the advantages to the development, in my view. So I like always, as far as possible, doesn't always happen, like as far as possible to go with the officer's recommendation, but I think in this case, I would be happy to suggest that we go against the recommendation and approve the application.
I would have to take advice on that before we go too far, but I do understand the sentiment. Councillor Northam, followed by Councillor Kimber, followed by Councillor Christopher.
Thank you again, Chair. I think the sentiment coming across is that we would like this to proceed and we're trying to find a way to do so. I think moving forward, rejecting the officer's recommendation is a way forward. If we weren't to do so and it was refused, then the applicant may appeal. That's what would happen otherwise, potentially, or change the application. The bit that worries me a little bit about what Councillor Monk says, I'd like to try, if we can, reject the officer's recommendation and approve the application. I think we can still put a condition in which encourages the officers to talk with the applicant about the best way to secure the maximum number of homes, affordable homes particularly, because I wasn't aware that Section 106 precludes Homes England. That sounds like some nonsense again, but there you go. That's technical stuff for them to sort out. So I think some sort of motion which expresses the sentiment that's here, that doesn't tie the hands too much of the officers to talk with the applicant, would be the right approach, and I'm happy to take advice on how that's best phrased.
Thank you, Councillor Kimber. Again, I understand the sentiment. We're getting in a bit of a catch-22 here, that some of this has to be S106, and that does actually stop Homes England funding. But rather than go down the rabbit hole of how many houses are going to be affordable and how many are not, we just need to look at the application as it stands, if we can, please. Councillor Kimber, followed by Councillor Christopher. I think I got that right. Sorry, Bob, James, would you like to come back on that one?
Well, the only thing I'd say is that to be policy compliant, the proposal has to provide 35% affordable, and that's why it's 11 dwellings to be policy compliant. Simple, really.
Thank you. Councillor Kimber, Councillor Christopher, and then Councillor Bell, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Councillor Paul Kimber, Portland, Dorset. I think very often arguments are always centred around lighter and darker shades of grey, and I think overall I'm happy to go against the officer's recommendation, and these are badly needed homes. I accept the sequential risk in saying this, and I think we've reached that time of debate now where we've got to make that decision now. And I'm not sure what words or how to put this, but I know on my days on the planning committee at Weymouth and Portland, there was a development we did, I think it was on Preston Corner. We went against the officer's decision because of flooding. And every time I drive past it, I think to myself, I'm just, it hasn't flooded yet. The developer and the planners were able to work together to alleviate that. So I believe we should now start to go forward. And unfortunately, I'm going to go against the officer's recommendations on this case. Thank you.
Yeah, can we hold that? I don't want any proposals just yet until members have finished the debate. Councillor Christopher.
Councillor Simon Christopher, Dorset Councillor, Marshwood Vale. I'm very supportive of this site. I'm looking across at Mr. Paul Derrion, who will give us, no doubt, an up-to-date figure on the number of people on the housing waiting list shortly. And I've been on a planning committee in West Dorset for most of the last 10 years. And I can recall an application at Portisham where there was a great deal of concern about flooding. And I've been looking at those houses for many years since. And I'm comfortable with the whole question of the development of the site. I think it's a very good set of proposals within the conservation area. You do have to remember that Winterbourne Abbas is an interesting village. You can buy a car at one end and you can go to Greggs at the other. I've never been in either, but there we are. The point is it's a very sustainable location. And with a practical planning knowledge, I'm not convinced that those who fund affordable houses would actually fund a situation where the very best plans are made in terms of drainage, and indeed for any developer who might borrow to build out a site. So you're getting a clear indication that I'm very supportive of this proposal. Now, clearly, where there might be some interesting buildings to be retained, I'm sure we would expect Dorset Council, their lawyers, to get involved in sorting out any necessary agreement. Thank
Thank you, Councillor Christopher. And Councillor Bell, please.
Thank you. Councillor Bell, Radipole Ward in Weymouth. There's so much to like about the application, but I do feel concerned about the flood risk, and I particularly like to draw members' attention to paragraphs 15.29 and 15.30, which essentially goes through the need to maintain a safe access for emergency vehicles to the site. It also talks about page 31 of the applicant's modelling and mapping shows the depths in the road in the 1 in 100 year plus climate change as generally 10 centimetres to 20 centimetres, but could be 30 centimetres in limited places, and talks about, so I'm just trying to find it, somewhere within their potential to be fast flowing and of some depth. I feel very uneasy about approving a very admirable site, but ignoring the safety conditions. It's likely that affordable homes will be inhabited by young families in many circumstances, and I myself have had to make use of the emergency services with my young family, and I certainly wouldn't feel comfortable living in a home if I felt the access of the emergency services was reduced in any substantial way. So I just wanted to highlight that point. I'm still not sure which way I'm going on this, is because of that point. I think the amenity benefit, the parking for the local school, the use of a site that's going to rack and ruin essentially at the moment, been there for pumpkin picking before, but I love everything about that amenity, that use for the public, that working with the local school, but I do have concerns around that essentially emergency vehicle access. So I just wanted to highlight that point so that members bring that into their considerations, because it's, well, I view it as my moral responsibility to ensure anything we approve is going to be safe for the end users. So I just wanted to bring that to the fore.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Please bear in mind that should we decide to go down the route of against the officer's proposal, then a suitable form of words justifying the decision needs to be put on the table. Before we do get anywhere near that, I'll ask Officer Collins for some advice, because I think we're reaching a point where we're going to have to sort of look at this as a decision one way or another, or even defer the application if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just also actually wanted to come back on the point raised by Councillor Bell, because he does raise a very valid point, which is essentially what officers are having regard to when we're considering safe access and egress. There's the sequential test, but then there's also this issue of safe access and egress. And we do know that on occasions the A35 at Winterborne Abbas does close because of flooding. And at that point in time, if someone within the village, dare I say, has a heart attack, actually there's a real issue with the emergency services getting access to their property. And that is essentially what the planning practice guidance says to us. It says we shouldn't be allowing development that increase the pressure on emergency services to provide that form of rescue as a result of flood waters. The emergency services will go through a certain depth of flood water, but certainly 30 centimetres is a level at which we wouldn't advise vehicles to go through or a person to walk through. Councillor Bell does have a valid point, and it's what essentially officers bear in mind when considering whether there's safe access and egress. Thank you.
Thank you. Interesting situation I think we're going to find ourselves in shortly. Can I just adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes? I need to talk to Officer Collins and also our legal representative. So could I suggest, as it's extremely warm, it is getting near 12 o'clock, would people like to have a 10-minute adjournment to get some fresh air, and then we'll meet back here at, say, 12:05? Could you turn your microphones off, please? And no discussions between yourselves or with members of the public. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back to the chamber. I'm sorry it's so hot. There's not much we can do about that, I'm afraid. Obviously, not all of the members may have returned. I realise Councillor Monks has to leave fairly soon, but I'll do a roll call of members, please. Councillor Belinda Borden? Present, okay. Councillor Matt Bell, present. Simon Christopher, present. Paul Kimber is present. Craig Monks is present. David Northam is present. Councillor O'Leary is present. Councillor Shortell is present. Councillor Kate Weller is present. Neil Isenk, Vice Chair, is present. And obviously I'm here as well. Right, we'll go back to the debate. There's no proposal or seconder yet. We've had some discussions behind the scenes about potential, so I'll leave it to members to continue now to put suggestions on the table if they so wish, or to continue the debate. So do I have anybody who wishes to continue the debate, or anybody who wishes to put a proposal forward? Councillor Monks, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Craig Monks, Bedminster Ward. I'd like to propose that we go against the officer's recommendation and that we... That's a fan, that's why, sorry. I just said I'd like to propose that we approve this application based on the benefits outweighing the risks, and I would welcome some guidance on how to word that better.
Yes, I think you're on the right lines. Could you please explain what you mean by risks in this one, just so we're quite clear? And benefits, please.
Yeah, I'll try. Well, I think the main risk that's been mentioned is the flooding risk, and I think actually the benefits of the application versus the risk of that 30-year event I'm satisfied with that. I think I don't know how to word that. I'm desperately looking at officers to see if they can help me, but I think that risk it isn't substantial enough to outweigh the benefits of the application.
Yes, thank you. Could you outline some benefits, please? Because there's a general term, so I would like to, we need to see what you're weighing up there. Thank you.
The benefits is the affordable housing within the application. And I understand the conversations we've had about the percentage, but I'm more than content with the officer's explanation as to why it is what it is. Any affordable housing, any housing is better than none at all. So the affordable housing is the main benefit for me.
Thank you very much for that. So that's a proposal on the table, yes? Do you wish to second it, or are you going to...
I'd like to second it, but add some additional benefits that were listed by members.
Please do.
Which is off again now. The additional benefits which came through were the school car park being made available, the inclusion of a play area, the improvements to the footpath. That's where I've got to on that. And I think the encouragement of new families to move into the area, revitalising the area, given the close proximity of the school.
Thank you very much, Councillor Northam. Can I turn to Officer Collins, please, at this stage, to perhaps put some flesh on the bones of what the committee is looking to do?
Thank you, Chair. So as I understand it, the proposal is that the benefits outweigh the risks, the risk being the identified flood risk, and we've had a specific reference to the 1 in 30-year event. I assume maybe also in respect to the sequential test, it might just be helpful to clarify that that was a risk they considered to be outweighed. The benefits listed are the affordable housing, school car parking, play area, and improvements to footpath, and it's those benefits which members, the two proposer and seconder, seem to be considering outweigh the risks of the flood risk.
Thank you. Councillor Weller, you wish to speak on this?
Yes, could we add into those benefits the improved sustainability of the school, which is substantial, and the sustainability of the existing rural settlement, by 32 additional families.
Thank you, Councillor Weller. Councillor Christopher and Councillor Northam.
Councillor Simon Christopher, Marshwood Vale Ward. I'm going to support it because the economic, social and environmental benefits outweigh the perceived harm. I'm also going to support it because I'm conscious of the annual position statement in relation to the Dorset 5-year land supply, and I'm conscious of the planning inspector's case at Marnell, the so-called Crocker case, where the planning inspector said it's likely that Dorset Council will, in October, only have a 2.67-year land supply as against the 5.02-year land supply as of last October.
Thank you, Councillor Christopher. I think these have been taken down and noted. Councillor Northam, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I will support this for the reasons already stated. But in addition, I think that the respect that's been given in the development to the conservation area is worth a mention. I think it's quite a considerate development and is obviously looking to improve the area, considering what's there currently. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Officer Collins is going to put some details on the screen now, and it's up to the proposer and seconder to see if they're happy with our interpretation of what you've just said. Thank you.
Chair. So bearing in mind everything that's been said, if the proposer and seconder are able to confirm that they would delegate authority to the service manager for development management and enforcement and the area manager for the Southern and Western area team to grant planning permission subject to completion of a Section 106 agreement to secure 35% affordable dwellings, local area play provision and its maintenance and management, provision, maintenance and management of attenuation pond, biodiversity mitigation and maintenance and management of the barn for the bat colony, and subject to the agreement of the wording of the planning conditions to be first agreed in writing by the chairman of the committee. I will put the list of the conditions on screen and slow through them. I'm not going to read them out because I haven't counted them, but I think there's about 30. So conditions to cover, let me just scroll up a bit so that members can have a look. I'll just highlight the key ones. Development to be in accordance with the approved flood risk assessment, flood warning and evacuation plan in a flooding emergency event, scheme for water efficiency, construction environment management plan, improvement of access onto the trunk road in accordance with the plans, detailed schedule for the treatment of the surface water, maintenance and management of the surface water schemes, construction traffic management plan, materials, conservation roof lights, details of boundaries, windows, doors, rainwater goods, provision of the parking and turning areas, provision of the footpath through the site, a fence to prevent vehicle traffic from using Manor Farm Lane, protection of trees, noise assessment, addressing land contamination, finished floor levels, sections and fencing of the basin, going back to something Councillor Weller said earlier, level of tinting of the windows, which is to do with bat mitigation, EV charging and cycle parking, mitigation for the nutrient neutrality in terms of the impacts on Poole Harbour, ecological assessment recommendations and hard and soft landscaping.
Thank you very much, Anne. Going back to the proposer, are you happy with the way it's all been worded and the conditions therein? And if so, I will ask the same question to the seconder.
Thank you, Chair. That's exactly what I was trying to say a moment ago. So I'm very happy with the wording.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Northam, the seconder.
Thank you. You asked us to clarify the benefits and the risks, and it doesn't say that in this statement. Is it not important for us to say that the committee consider that the benefits outweigh the risks on balance, and the benefits are listed in the conditions? You asked us to clarify, but it's not included in the statement, and I think it was worth including in the statement for the record, either as a preamble or in the statement. Thank you.
Yeah, I do appreciate Councillor Northern. This was put together rather quickly, but I understand what you're saying. Officer Collins, please.
Chair, it will be recorded in the minutes. The reason for your decision goes in the committee minutes, not in the planning permission document.
Thank you for that. So on that basis, Councillor Northern, you're happy to second that? Okay. So could I have a show of hands, please? Those in favour of the proposal and this that's on the table? Yeah, sorry, minor technicality there. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Oh, sorry, the proposal on the table from Councillor Monks to approve the application, which is against the officer's recommendation. Okay. So that's 9-4. All those against? Any abstentions? No. Okay, so that case, that application has been approved. Thank you very much for all the work that's gone into it, members. I'm conscious of the time. I know Councillor Monks has to leave. Rather than start an application, which again could be a long one, and leave after break for lunch, I would suggest that we break for lunch now, if that's right with members, and be back here at 1 o'clock. And if you're happy with that, could I have a show of hands, please? Okay, that's fine. Oh, sorry, that includes going on beyond the 3 hours. I do apologise. I should have said that as well. All those in favour to extend the meeting beyond 3 hours? Yeah, that's carried then. So thank you very much. Please can I remind members, be careful about talking to members of the public, the ones in this room anyway, and each other. Thank you very much. To 1 o'clock. Microphones off as well, please. Everything. Thank you.
I don't know. I don't know what's giving the feedback. Yeah.
Could be, but
Doubling back or something.
I mean, they quite often, I've never noticed it before, and they quite often have that.
Right, good afternoon all, and thank you for coming back. I'm sorry it's getting hotter by the minute, and we're now in the spotlight, as you can see. Are we ready for recording yet? Go for it, yep. Are we okay? Right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your quick lunch. We've had some councillors leave, so I will do a roll call again. I'm Dave Bowell, and Neil Lysenk is here. Belinda Borden is here. Matt Bell is here. Simon Christopher is here. Councillor Paul Kimber is here. Craig Monks is not, he's left. David Northam's here. Councillor Louis O'Leary has left. Councillor Pete Roper was never here, bless him. Councillor David Shortell's here, and Councillor Kate Well is here. I do believe there's one or two members that may have to leave as well sometime this afternoon, so I'll announce them when they do leave. Right, moving on to agenda item 7. We're looking at application P/VOC/2024/06786, which is 5 Overton Close, Timber Hill, Lyme Regis, DT7 3HQ. And on this application, Councillor Belinda Borden is going to speak as a ward member, and she won't be taking part in the vote or the discussion. Katrina, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application relates to a variation of condition of planning permission, where previously permission was to erect a first floor extension to include balcony, front porch and associated works and landscaping. This seeks to vary condition 2, which is the plans list condition of the 2023 consent, to amend the ridge height, include solar panels and additional roof light, and amend landscaping scheme, and discharge condition 3 to agree the external facing materials. The application site is situated within the northern part of Lyme Regis town, on the corner of Timber Hill, essentially opposite the Spittals, which is a National Trust swathe of land connecting Charmouth to Lyme Regis. Bear with me a moment. I'll just change my pointer a second so you can. There we go. So you have the Spittals here, the wider kind of National Trust area. You have the Southwest Coastal Path, which kind of meanders down through here and along through to the Spittals. And the application site here is edged in red. Bear with me. The application site, again in red here, is within the DDB, the Zone 3 Land Instability Coastal Recession Area. It forms one of a number of properties that were developed within the grounds of a former care home, which was previously known as Treetops, but is now known as Overton House. And this is just an aerial view with that red spot on the application site. You can see the nearest neighbour to the rear, which is number 4, Overton Close. You've then got that original kind of care home property, which is quite large and has been modernised in recent years. And you've then also got the spread of the other bungalows over the previous site. And just to home in again on a closer aerial view, just to give a sense to members of the kind of spatial nature of this cul-de-sac, it's not really tight-knit. It's very kind of spread out with substantially large gardens. And essentially, there are no kind of collective views of the whole cul-de-sac seen as one. Here's just a plan identifying the various distances between number 5 and the other properties that are neighbouring it. Again, number 4 being the closest to the rear. What I would ask is for the members to kind of focus where my laser pointer is, which is the corner of number 4, because number 4's main windows kind of project off of its frontage here and also to the south here. But you'll notice that angle and distance to number 5 to its southwest. Here's just the proposed site plan which really details the changes in the landscaping of the garden, including the gabion baskets that have been put in to the rear and on the corner to Timber Hill. They help with water absorption, which, given it's within Zone 3 land instability and that coastal recession zone, in the hopes essentially that that will kind of reduce the level of water infiltration into the ground, which can obviously add then to land instability. Here's some elevations pre-construction. So these were essentially the existing elevations of the bungalow before it was developed. And you'll see a very low actually, roof height. And then essentially, this is the what was the existing photo. So you can see again the nature of the original property. You'll also notice the kind of two-storey nature of the property behind, which is number 4, which is the closest neighbour to this scheme. This was in 2021. Planning permission was sought for a 1.8 metre high first floor extension. This was that 2021 scheme of the 1.8 increase above that existing very shallow roof. This application was refused on the basis of neighbouring amenity impacts from the rear dormer windows overlooking into their rear garden, but also the increased kind of height and bulk of that development. And I would say that looking at this afresh from my own view, it's quite fussy. There's very kind of angular sections to it, not overly traditional, and wasn't really particularly finessed. There was extra bulk in certain kind of design elements with this proposal. We then moved forward to the 2023 scheme, which included a 1.3 metre high first floor extension. So taken down to the previous refusal that was 1.8, down to the 1.3, which was approved at committee. So again, you'll kind of see the tweaks that have been made in terms of that design. The red hatch line kind of indicates where the existing roof form was, and you then have that 1.3 increase on top of that. But it's resulted in the property being overall kind of more modernised with more glazed elements and utilising a loft conversion to incorporate the two-storey element of the property now, although obviously at points it's also three-storey. So these are the dwelling elevations as constructed. So works progressed at the applicant's own risk because it was identified that the property was actually being constructed, or that the roof extension was being constructed higher than what was agreed. And what's resulting is a 1.6 metre high first floor extension. So the committee gave approval for 1.3 and it's been built to 1.6 metres. So essentially the difference is the height of a ruler. So 300 millimetres above. So this is a plan just indicating that section. So this line indicates where it would have been 1.3 as approved by the committee. And then this line is the 1.8 where it was refused previously. And you'll see where it's now been taken to 1.6 where the actual roof finishes of the grey. Here is a section plan through just showing you, this is to the rear where the dormer windows were actually removed, but they've now incorporated roof lights, but it's just to ensure that actually there won't be any views over to the neighbour's garden. And this is just the floor plans and the roof plan indicating obviously the changes to the roofscape, the roof lights which are now on that rear elevation which face towards the garden of number 4 Overton Close. This is just a photo of the constructed extension nearing completion. So you can see that it's just kind of refreshed and upgraded that visual appearance of the original bungalow. You'll see this is just some pictures of collective properties within that close. So it's a real mix, actually. So there isn't a defined uniform character to specifically relate to. You've obviously got the original care home property, which has had significant kind of modern upgrade through its development over time. You've got number 4 to the rear, which again, from this angle and from this position appears more as a two-storey property. But obviously on Timber Hill, that's when you get the sense of it being more bungalow to the rear, so it's kind of split level. And then this is number 1, Overton Close, which is directly opposite number 5, which has had really modern intervention as well. This is its south-facing elevation, which again appears as two-storey, with some really modern elements incorporated, and then obviously changes to its rear elevation as well. So you can see it's a real combination mix of development. And I have to say, in terms of Lyme Regis, firstly, it's very surprising that this property hasn't come forward for development before, given how low that roofscape was, and that it's just kind of been left until this kind of these applications came through. But also, it's a significant area of change. We're dealing with applications for replacement dwellings, for modernising through extensions and kind of mass fenestration and glazing all the time. So this is an area of change in a wider sense as well. So this is just from Timber Hill, looking from the, I think it's from the Spittals entrance to what the street view was of that original kind of bungalow. So you can kind of see the split level nature of it again, really, in terms of, yes, it's kind of chalet because the rooms are in that very shallow roof pitch, but they've obviously got accommodation also at this lower floor. But just note the kind of extent of greenery and the fencing. But there isn't hedgerow that was following through there. This is then stood in the entrance of the Spittals, and the reason why I'm noting that is that relates to specific comments that have been received in terms of the impact from the entrance to the Spittals, which is that National Trust area, and also the landscape views through from the Southwest Coastal Path. So this is from the entrance way to the Spittals, and you can see, yes, the property has changed. It has increased in scale. It's modernised. You know, they've included the gabion baskets where that timber utilitarian fencing was previously. However, as we go through and we look at this, it's my consideration that the scale is not excessive. It's a mixed area in terms of scale and build and finish. You can see it's just kind of poking out really when you come out of that Spittals entrance. But to me, it's not considered excessive in scale and overwhelmingly adverse. This is a photo that was provided in terms of the impact from the Southwest Coastal View, and I'd note that this was in the winter time, so obviously it doesn't benefit from all of that extent of screening. But when you then compare it to how it then appears in the summertime, this is me stood on the Southwest Coastal Path, noticing the substantial built properties that are also on the southern side of Timber Hill, and the fact that actually I could barely glimpse my car, which was parked at the entrance to the Spittals, but you cannot see the proposed extension through that kind of landscape view there. So essentially, in the summertime, in essence, it kind of remains the same, as in it's not overly intrusive. This is just some photos looking up from Timber Hill that I've also taken. You've got this very modernised bungalow. Sorry, they are blurry, but essentially you cannot see the resultant first floor extension through this view up Timber Hill. You then move further up towards the entrance towards Overton Close. You can see the significantly scaled Overton House. And this is the hedgerow, which again kind of protects those views of the first floor extension of number 5. You then move further up round, and this is where you do get that view of number 5 and the first floor extension. But I think it's well designed, it's well finished, it's not significantly adverse, it's not significantly overscaled, it's got quite traditional form and appearance. This is just some wider shots of the application site, but essentially what you're seeing here is you're seeing the kind of the visual kind of impact of number 4, really, which is obviously sat at the top of the slope and is seen in the majority as the kind of that last house before you then go into the kind of tree lining of the Spittals to the rear. And the first floor extension of number 5 is kind of tucked in underneath, which I kind of badly indicate with this with this red blob, but you can kind of see where I'm trying to show you that it's not excessively overscaled in terms of number 4 to the rear. Also, it's noted the clear view through to the window of number 4, the neighbour to the rear. So again, it's not overwhelmingly or overbearingly causing adverse kind of amenity issues and restricting light and being, excessive in that case. This is just this is some imagery, some satellite imagery that we had because there was some concerns over the scales of the plans and things during the application course from the neighbour to the rear. But what it does kind of show you again is it shows you that kind of increased roof height, but also the kind of distance and set off nature to that neighbour's window, particularly on the southern elevation. This is a photo from that neighbour number 4 from their garden, which they thankfully granted me permission to show. I did take photos from the neighbour's balcony, which is literally to the right of this screen and up above me. And I think it is fair to say that, yes, this application does have an impact on the neighbour. You will, and you do, notice that roofscape far more than what you would have originally. And that, we completely acknowledge that, a couple of their key views from their property now take in this kind of swathe of the grey roof, which has obviously increased since the application or since the extension has been constructed. And obviously they were expecting a 1.3 metre high extension and it's ended at 1.6. So we can all be, what am I trying to say? No, not please. We can all sympathise with that. There we go. But having gone and reviewed how this would impact on their garden, again, the boundary screening and the height is not excessive to cause a harmful amenity impact. And I think that's the key point to be made. So the key considerations are the principle of development, the fallback position secured under PHOW 2023-00174, scale, design and impact on local character, including the national landscape. Well, again, it's considered that views from the Spittals and from the Southwest Coastal Path are not unacceptably compromised, as in to relate in or to result in harm to the AONB and national landscape. Impact on amenity, we acknowledge that there is impact to that neighbour, number 4 to the rear, but there is no right to a view, and it's considered that actually the scale and distance and the topography all help in assisting in bringing that extension down so whilst it can be viewed from number 4, it's not overwhelmingly overbearing in terms of loss of light and view that would merit a recommendation for refusal. In terms of coastal erosion and land stability, the scheme is considered acceptable. The coastal erosion team didn't require any further reports on the basis of the increased roof height of the first floor extension or the gabion baskets. And in terms of ecology, the applicants have installed the back box that they were requested to install as part of a condition on the 2023 application. Therefore, the recommendation is to approve, subject to conditions which relate to the plans list, the retention of those, they've actually put in 2 back boxes, but of the single back box that was requested as part of the preliminary roost assessment, and also to remove permitted development rights for any further roof windows facing towards the neighbour on the rear elevation to ensure that they are of a suitable height should they come forward with an application for planning permission. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Katrina. Nice presentation. We will now go to public objection, which is Steve Offord, I believe. Steve, you have 3 minutes, and we'll give you a heads up after 2 minutes 30. Thanks.
Okay. My name is Steve Offord. I'm the
property owner at number 4 with my wife. We've been there 7 years now. We used to live elsewhere in Lyme Regis, and we actually moved to this property because it was secluded. It had green around it, it had blue around it and brown. There was no grey slab of roof next door. It is seen visibly from all of the windows of the house, every single one. It is seen from our garden. Our garden now is inhabitable as far as we're concerned. It's just one grey slab. And the 13 inches makes significant difference. So our reasons for objection, very similar to 2022, which was actually written by planning, and it really cited environmental policies 10, 12 and 16. It's too large, it's over-dominant for the ambience and harmony of the area, it's not proportional, it's still got turrets sticking out of it, it significantly impacts the amenity and outlook of all adjacent properties. Every single person has objected to this in 2022, 2023 and 2025. No one has supported it. It doesn't fit, it diminishes the area it's in. It doesn't reflect the aesthetic of the close, which I'll come on to in a minute. It impacts negatively the AONB and Spittles, which it sits opposite. Everybody who comes past it goes, what the hell's that? And our amenity, and this is very personal, outlook and well-being are significantly impacted by this. Grey slab of roof, solar panels and Velux, 13 inches higher than it should be. 13. Let me just go on to the next point. Claiming this is a mistake is inappropriate. We pointed out in 2024 in August, in writing, verbally, documented by a surveyor, that this was the wrong height. We were told, and we had to take legal advice on this, we were told to go away and mind our own business by the agent. And we had to get legal advice to say we could actually be involved in the planning process. Again, in October, when enforcement notice was put on it, number 5 ignored it, and they carried on building. So this is a deliberate choice to ignore planning, to ignore due process. Just to give you a bit of context, Overton Close has 6 houses. The original house, 6,000 square feet, Overton House. All the shallow bungalows are under 2,000, a third of the size. There's significant difference.
30 seconds and you'll have to switch your microphone back on. Sorry, excuse me, you've got 30 seconds and you'll have to put your microphone back on now.
This is all, number 5 is now 3 stories. It's got a garage, a first floor and an upper floor. It's not 2 stories. Ours is a shallow bungalow. It's got from Timber Hill, it's a bungalow. It just happens to have a ground floor basement because of the steepness of the hill. That's the same as all the other properties. So in summary, this basically disregards planning process. It's a significant breach.
Thank you, Mr. Offord. You've now had your 3 minutes. Thanks. We now move to public support. David Bastin, please. You have 3 minutes from the time you start.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is David Bastin. I'm the Director of Axminster Design and Build, and I'm the main contractor for 5 Overton Close. I work locally in the construction industry for 20 years and take great pride and reputation in delivering high-quality builds. Also supporting local trade suppliers, Martin & Gaynor chose to engage local companies such as mine and Inside Out Your Space to support the community and provide local employment. Through my career, I have always practiced the highest standards of workmanship and professionalism. As soon as we become aware of a complaint from the neighbours' enforcement department, we acted immediately and responsibly, liaising with an agent, the neighbour, Mr. Offord, the council, and instructing our own independent surveyor. Our surveyor confirmed that the height was built in accordance to consented drawings and accurate to the millimetre. Sorry, I can't.
Do you want me to
Yeah,
can I do it on his behalf? Can I speak on his? Okay. Sorry. Our surveyor confirmed that the ridge height was built in accordance with the consented drawings, accurate to the millimetre. After discussions between the council, agent surveyor and myself, we found no issue with what had been built, so we continued. It was only after further investigation, prompted by the neighbour, that we learned that the existing ridge height was drawn incorrectly by approximately 250 millimetres due to the step in the DPC taken as a reference. This meant that the 1.3 increase in ridge height was in effect larger. By that time, the original roof was removed and no longer there for measurement, so our reference points were, and as it has always been, the ground levels. The distance between the existing ground levels and the proposed ridge height remains as per the consented drawings. We would never knowingly build anything incorrectly. Doing so would put my livelihood, my team, many of whom are my friends and family, and our clients at immense risk. The financial consequences for our clients would be devastating and threaten everything they've worked so hard for to achieve for their dream home. This is simply not a situation we'd ever want to put anyone in. Gaynor and Martin have been an absolute pleasure to work with, and they now have a beautiful home that, in my view, enhances the area and adds value to the neighbouring properties. They're genuinely lovely people, and I want to be part of the community, and I'm truly sorry that this situation has caused them so much stress. Having worked in Lyme Regis and the surrounding areas for many...
30 seconds, please, and you'll have to put your microphone back on.
I've never encountered a situation like this. We're deeply saddened by the neighbours' obstructive actions, which appear intended to disrupt our clients' lives over a technicality. This is especially unfair, given that Gaynor and Martin are honest, kind people who have been painted in a negative light. The applicant, agent, and my company have all attempted to work collaboratively with the neighbour, but they've responded with hostility and threats, making the environment extremely uncomfortable.
Thank you very much. Sorry, your 3 minutes are up. I'd now like to move to Genevieve Wells, please, the agent. Thank you.
That's me too. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Genevieve from Inside Out Your Space. I'm here as the agent for the applicants Gaynor and Martin. First, I want to reassure everybody of the utmost respect for the planning process. We have acted professionally and promptly, especially in addressing the ridge height issue. Gaynor and Martin's aim is simple. This is their permanent home, their lifelong dream, and they hope to remain here for many years and be part of the community. Today, we're seeking permission for variation of conditions. I'd like to clarify the issues around the style and design are not relevant to this application, as they've already received planning consent. The main point I'd like to address is the ridge. What has been built matches the approved drawings. The only discrepancy here is that the existing ridge height was mistakenly drawn 250 mm higher due to human error. There was no intention to mislead or disrespect the process. As soon as this was identified, we undertook our own checks, as did the builder, the neighbour and the council. A total of 4 surveys. All confirmed the build matches the approved plans, albeit the existing ridge height was incorrect. The council's enforcement team have acknowledged this was a genuine mistake and that the changes are modest and not unreasonable. Importantly, it's also been shown that number 4 sits 320 mm higher than previously drawn, so the impact on them is actually less than first thought. Number 4's ridge height is approximately 3.8 metres higher than number 5. There is a significant distance between the properties, and photographic evidence shows that there is no loss of light or view from number 4. We believe the proposals enhances what was a dilapidated 1960s bungalow. The design fits with the varied local context and is certainly not overbearing. There are several properties within the close which range from 2 to 3 stories and with varying external finishes. Number 1 is a second home and has recently been extended and modernised. Overton House has had a full refurbishment, and number 4 has been sold subject to contract. Regarding the other variations, the solar panels will provide renewable energy and sustainability benefits. The additional roof light will bring natural light and ventilation with no risk of overlooking. The landscaping scheme has been simplified for budget reasons, but retains existing plants and uses coastal-style pebble gabions for both stability and biodiversity. Gaynor and Martin are keen environmentalists and are active Wildlife Trust members. For the external materials, we're proposing finishes... that are high quality and in keeping with the area. Regrettably, we're here today due to ongoing allegations from number 4, which we have tried unsuccessfully to resolve amicably. Despite our efforts to communicate and accommodate, including multiple surveys and personal outreach, their response has remained hostile. In conclusion, I hope I've provided clarity and reassurance regarding the application. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, that was spot on. We now move to Councillor Belinda Borden as ward member, please.
Thank you, Chair. Belinda Borden, Lyme Regis and Charmouth. I'm really disappointed about what happened on this whole planning process for the application, but I'm very pleased that the committee has a chance to review it. It was clear that the initial application would create an overshadowing intrusion on the neighbours' amenity, on the natural beauty of Timber Hill and the area of outstanding natural beauty, and would be out of character for Overton Close, which has 5 chalet bungalows and a much larger property which had been a residential care home, Treetops. The Lyme Regis Town Council objected to the first application, and so did Dorset Council. So far, so good. However, when revised applications were submitted, the Town Council, and I was ward member by then, objected again, and it came to the committee. I think that it's difficult to say this, but the comparison of the very large former care home to the typical style and scale of Overton Close is very misleading. And I think that the committee at the time didn't kind of appreciate the difference between the 5 chalet bungalows, which are small and modest in scale, with the much, much larger property. And I think it's disingenuous to compare this new extension to the big house, because it is completely out of scale with the others. There are a few points made in the report that I just disagree with, I'm afraid. Comparing this building to the NPPF guidance, it does not improve the economic, social, environmental conditions of the area. The trees and hedging of the corner of Timber Hill were ripped out and replaced by ugly wire gabions. It desecrates this special place. Achieving well-designed places depends on good design and where the relationship and visual impact should be compatible with the surroundings. It is completely incompatible with the design, size, scale of the chalet bungalows in the close, and is anything but compatible with the Timber Hill street scene and natural surroundings, as you saw from the photograph from the Spittal Hills, the Spittals entrance. Great weight should be given to conserving and enhancing the landscape and scenic beauty. This development brutalises it. I disagree with the conclusions that the building that doesn't result in harm. I don't think it does sit in harmony. It has a completely unacceptable environmental impact and a very special, unique corner of Lyme Regis. On a sort of emotional scale, it really affects. That was one of my special sanctuary places in Lyme Regis. That has been completely ruined. And I think more importantly, it shows a blatant disregard for the planning process.
Sorry, Belinda, you've had your 3 minutes, but thank you very much. Katrina, would you like to address any points raised by any of the speakers, please?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I just want to come back in terms of us considering about the street scene and taking into account Overton House, the former care home, which was Treetops, that essentially that is part of the character of the close. It cannot be ignored that that property sits in the middle, and therefore it does provide a point of reference. And given the very kind of loose knit of how those bungalows are then set out and the distances involved, it just, it kind of goes back to the fact that it's a very kind of varied close in terms of scale and finish and modernisation, essentially, but it's still there to be viewed and it's still there as a visual reference to number 5. In terms of those, the change to the corner of Timber Hill, do you mind if I just show the PowerPoint presentation again in terms of those photos? Just because I think it's... bear with me a second. No. Sorry, it's now doing something very, very strange. Could I start again from the beginning? And hopefully it will work. There we go. So let me just rattle on through. I just want to look again between this existing and then the proposed. And whilst you can see there is quite a lot of gorse in terms of that roadside edging, which has obviously kind of grown up, there's obviously the utilitarian timber fencing, but there isn't a whole swathe of hedgerow that has been removed as a result of this application. Essentially, the gap has been, in many ways, retained. The gabion walls have been put in to obviously assist with some of that water soakage, essentially, but the roadside and the kind of that scrub that's kind of along the side there will grow again, and essentially that image will soften anyway. But in terms of this, we don't consider that the gabion walls are excessively high. Yes, it's a more modern take in terms of that, but it hasn't actually taken the gap because the gap was already there. But it just had fencing instead of the stone walling. And in terms of kind of just going back to that point about the wider landscape, what we have to consider is that the AONB and National Landscape is a really wide and extensive designation, and we're talking about landscape character and forms of the landscape and the kind of coastal nature of the landscape. And I maintain that this application does not significantly alter the characterful landscape character area that is presented where this application site is located. And also the spittles are quite visually distinct and separate from the application site. This is sat within an urban cul-de-sac, and therefore you have that separation distance both physically and visually. But that's the point. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for that, Katrina. Councillor Borden, if you'd like to leave the chamber before we start moving on. So, thanks. I'd just like to state for the record as well that Councillor Matt Bell left partway through that public speaking. So can we note that, please, Josh? Thank you. Members, those that are left, any technical questions, please, for the planning officer? Councillor Weller and Councillor Kimber.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Katrina, could you, sorry to ask you to go back into the presentation, could you show us a photograph? You had a photograph there of number 4. I wonder whether you could show us that, please.
Yeah, so number 4 is this one in the top right-hand corner.
Sorry, is that still described as a chalet bungalow? Thank you. That's really all I wanted to confirm, because it doesn't look like a chalet bungalow to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kimber, please.
Councillor Paul Kimber, Portland. I wonder if also you could go back a few slides and show us the overhead from the existing property that we're dealing with to number 4. And is it possible to know what is the sort of mean distance we estimate?
Okay, so in the report, I think I'd measured it at about 11 metres, but essentially this is another plan which is just kind of done from the aerial GIS view, which has measured it as 9 metres from that corner to corner, but obviously set off at that angle.
Thank you. Councillor Northern, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Northern from Upway and Broadway in Weymouth. Been a lot of conversation about the estate or the close or those developments there. I noticed that the application site is opposite 4 properties: Woodpeckers, Eastover, Daglands and the Ledges. Did you include any pictures of those in your report? Because they're of quite a different character.
I think I might have caught them when I did the stand back view, but bear with me a second and I will. Yeah, so basically in this corner, you can see the scale and extent of those properties along Timber Hill here. Sorry, it's at quite a distance, but I'll see if I don't think the next one, oh no, just clips them. So you can see those properties lining along there.
Thank you. Councillor Northern, do you want to come back?
Yeah. Looking on Google Maps, which I'm not sure I'm allowed to, but anyway, they do appear to be 2-storey properties, a row of 2-storey properties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more technical questions, councillors? Councillor Neil Ising, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Neil Ising, Egerton Ward. Thank you for the report. I think it was really helpful, particularly in terms of the number of photos. It does give a good sense. I just wanted to try and establish in my own mind, in relation to the technical descriptions in the previous planning application that was refused. Obviously, we've discussed the height, but I just wanted to get clear in my head in relation to the previous planning application and the refusal. There were several reasons for that refusal. There was height, but also proximity. Was listed as a reason in terms of being overbearing and its proximity. And I just wondered to what extent with this new application it's, for instance, closer, or is it exactly the same as the refused one? And in relation to the overbearing nature, just get a sense of why it was previously decided that the previous previous application was overbearing, and why we're now, your recommendation is that this is less so?
Okay, I think to come back on that point, I think it's important to say that it's that height at that proximity, and obviously this is slightly, well, obviously the agreed version was 1.3 at the same proximity, so nothing's changing in terms of it hasn't been brought closer. It's just that the roof height is higher by 300 millimetres, and that's what the committee are considering today, is the difference between with that extra 300 millimetres. But essentially, it's considered that, you know, and I will put forward my view that I'm not sure necessarily that I would have been in the same mind to have refused it potentially previously, but that doesn't stop where we are now, and obviously the refusal has been issued and gone through. But in my mind, when going out and reviewing it, and obviously seeing it in place and reviewing it from the neighbour's property with that roof height, increased roof height to 1.6 being in place, I was able to determine that it wasn't significantly overbearing to that neighbour in terms of light and proximity, essentially. I felt there was enough distance.
Thank you. You happy with that, Councillor Ising?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah.
Okay, any more technical questions? If not, we'll move to debate. No more? Okay, who would like to start the debate, please? I don't see anybody like to start the debate. Is any... we've got three now. Councillor Kimber first, then Councillor Weller, and then Councillor Christopher. Thank you.
Councillor Paul Kimber, Portland. Very often with these debates, they're obviously quite difficult because we're sort of trying to meet the two and live with it. I believe in this case we should accept the planning officer's report and support the application. I move.
Is that a proposal, officially a proposal, Councillor Kimber?
Sorry, that's the proposal.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor David Shortell. I'll just park that, please, until members have finished debate. Councillor Weller and then Councillor Christopher.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I think if this application had come to us at this height, we probably, with some reservations, we probably would still have approved it because it is less than that original application. And bearing that in mind, it seems a bit pedantic, heaven forfend that I should be accused of that, to be refusing it now. The slide you showed with that big block of red, that does look appreciable. However, we all know and we all have incidents of extensions that have occurred where we've all enjoyed, and I have it personally, a beautiful uninterrupted view of Portland Harbour, and I don't anymore. I consider it a great advantage that I had it for as long as I had. And I'm sad that I no longer have it, but that's the way of the world. I think, for me, I don't think that I could go against the officer's recommendation on this because I think that it is not appreciably larger than the original thing. My concern is, and it's not a planning issue so much as a comment, I get very angry when things come back to us because builders have built incorrectly, and we had a very, very significant one of those some time back, where we then said, well, okay, we'll let it go. And I think the builders need to know, developers need to know that if we say this is what we mean, this is what we mean. And you can't keep coming back and saying, oh, it was human error, because you're builders. Some human errors mean the building doesn't work. Sometimes it just means you get what you wanted in the first place. And you've got to differentiate between that. So it's a comment more than anything else. I get cross when builders don't do what they had approved, and they try to get round us to the side. But in every other respect, I just think that it's one of those things where we have to bite the bullet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weller. Councillor Christopher, please.
Dorset Councillor Simon Christopher, Marshwood Vale. I know that particular area very well, having attended the school at Lyme Regis from the age of 10. Yes, I did say 10, but in SWAT I went a year early. I note that people have decided that they support this application without a proper debate, and I'm always mystified by that. Where are we? We're in a position where there are very strong objections from the town council. You have heard the very strong objections from the ward member. And I do wonder if those who've been so ready to say, approve this, would actually have said that if they'd had the benefit of a site visit. Because clearly this is a sensitive location opposite a key National Trust, I'm going to say recreational area, because that's what it is. It's part of the green lungs of Lyme Regis. i.e., we might regard Lyme Regis as a town of character and charm, but there are quite densely populated estates in Lyme Regis. And I put it to you, I put it to you that if you came out of the Spittals and you looked to that property and you were an educated rural layman, you might say, gosh, I don't know about that. I don't know if I agree with the scale, the mass, the design. It looks overbearing. Nobody owns a view. And it's detrimental to the street scene. That's the conclusion that you might have made if you'd had the benefit of a site visit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Christopher. Councillor Shortell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I seconded that proposal. I think the variation of conditions is acceptable. We have to assess an application on what is presented to us. Although the people might say, well, if this has happened then, or this has happened there, we may have formed a different view. But we're here now, and we're actually debating exactly what we see before us. And as far as I'm concerned, the differences on the conditions is so minuscule that, in fact, I don't think it'll make that much difference. So that's the reason why I seconded. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shortell. Councillor Northam, you're the only one that hasn't spoken, which is unusual. So,
to avoid that, I believe that, as Councillor Shortell has said, that the differences are quite small. The differences are quite small. Matters like this become very emotional amongst the parties that are involved, and I recognise that those parties are very sincere in what they're saying. I think we have to look at the planning consideration. The principal one was the overlooking. That's been addressed, and matters about whether it meets the context. It's not in a conservation area. It is adjacent to the triple SI, but that's not really a matter of development in that respect. There are already existing development in the area, so I will be supporting moving forward with the recommendation from the officer and would like to suggest we move to the vote. Thank you.
thank you, Councillor. Yes, okay, I hear what you're saying. So, to recap, we have a proposal from Councillor Kimber. Sorry? Councillor Christopher, you wish to speak again?
Yes, I would like to speak again, just to give you the benefit of my local knowledge. Just up the hill from this particular site, half a mile from the site, there are some affordable houses, and they were constructed opposite the golf club. And I do put it to you that I suspect those houses were only allowed there because they were affordable houses and they were desperately needed. And what you need to do here is to reflect on the impact on the street scene and the precedent that this sets.
Yes, thank you for that, Councillor Christopher. I think we have a proposal from Councillor Kimber and seconded by Councillor Shortell to approve the officer's recommendation. So could I please, at this stage, test this with a show of hands, all those in favour of approving the officer's recommendation? That's 6-4. Any against? One against, and there's no abstentions, nobody left. Right, that's been approved. Thank you very much. We'll now move, oh sorry, we need to get Councillor Belinda Borden back in. Okay, we'll pause. We're running short of people, so we don't want to miss anybody. Very happy then. Okay, Councillor Borden is now back in the chamber and Councillor Monks has rejoined us as well. I'm assuming that Councillor Simon Christopher has left the chamber and is not returning, so we'll proceed now with item 8 on the agenda, which is P/FUL/2025/000780, which is 46 St David's Road, Weymouth, DT4 9LP, and it's presented by Emma Thornett.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my presentation. Should I turn this off? Thank you, Chair. Yes, this application is at 46 St David's, Weymouth. It's for the demolition of the disused garages and the erection of a 3-bed domestic dwelling with associated parking and grounds. The first slide outlines the site in red and also shows the aerial photograph. You've got Rylands Lane here, St David's Road here, the application site in here, going around the boundary with that electrical substation, and around the garages here. Vehicular access is off Rylands Lane. Existing there is a terrace of 3 single-storey, flat-roofed, prefab concrete panel garages, and then a single, very shallow pitched roof garage here. The site consists of predominantly hard standing, and then there is a small area of what was garden of number 46 here, included within the red application line. And as previously mentioned, there is an electrical substation here adjacent to the site. The next slide shows the site plan. This application follows 2 withdrawn applications that were for 2 dwellings on the site, and this current application is for one 3-bed dwelling, 1.5 stories in height, and this slide also shows that relationship with the neighbouring properties. So you've got 26 Rylands Lane here, 44 St David's here, 46 St David's here, and 48 here. There is distances on this plan, which I will read some of them out. So the distance to 48 here, going from corner to corner, you've got 15.738 metres. The proposed dwelling to 46 St David's, you've got 16.296. And then corner to corner with 44, you've got 9.94 metres there. This slide obviously shows the proposed dwelling. You've got parking to the front of the dwelling, obviously access off Rylands Lane. And then the section of fence here adjacent to the road would be replaced with a low brick wall. And you've also got a small garden area to the side of the property. And just to mention some of those dimensions again, so you've got, at the smallest point, you've got 4.575 to that boundary with 46. And then down here, you've got 4.65 metres there. The next slide shows the proposed floor plans. There is a dormer window on that front elevation, which would face onto Rylands Lane, and you have got 2 small roof lights proposed, one serving that ensuite at first floor level, and one serving the staircase. Proposed elevations, in terms of materials, it's red brick and plain tiles. The top elevation, the southwest elevation, is facing Rylands Lane with that dormer window I mentioned. And then the bottom elevation, the southeast, would face onto 46 St. David's, and that is the biofold doors that would lead into that small garden area. The next slide, you've got the northeast elevation at the top, which is the rear elevation that would face the garden of 44 St. David's. And then the bottom, you've got the northwest elevation that would face that substation and 26 Rylands Lane. The next slide shows some perspective views of the development. And again, you can see that parking area with that low brick wall to the front, and then that small area of garden to the side of the property. Next up is photos of the site. So you can obviously see in that top left photo the existing flat-roofed garaging and the hard standing in the site. Top right, you've got that single garage with the very shallow pitched roof. Bottom left, you can see the relationship with, well, you can just see the top of the fencing of the substation, and then 26 Rylands Lane behind. And then this bottom right one is taken from Rylands Lane, looking at the site, and you can see the relationship with 26 Rylands Lane, and then also the properties of St. David's behind the site. And that fencing here would be replaced by that low brick wall. This next photo is taken from the first floor window of the neighbouring property, 44 St. David's. So you can see here that single garage, and then that terrace of 3 garages here, and then the boundary fence between the site and 46 St. David's here. And then the next photos are taken from the garden of 44 St. David's. So you can see in both the boundary fence and then the top of that single-storey garaging over that fence. In terms of the key planning issues, the application site is located within the DDB with good access to amenities. So the principle of residential development is considered acceptable. The garages on the site, although not imposing, are not positively contributing to the street scene. So it's considered to improve the visuals of the site, and the replacement of the fence at the front would create a more open approach to the site. So in terms of design and visual amenity, it's considered acceptable. In terms of heritage, it's considered separated by residential development from Sandsfoot Castle, so it's not considered to result in harm to the scheduled monument. Residential amenity, it's not considered to result in significant adverse impacts on neighbouring amenity, and it is considered that there is appropriate level of amenity for future occupiers of the dwelling. Highways have raised no objections subject to conditions. The tree officers raised no objections, and the ecology is considered acceptable. So the officer recommendation is to grant subject to the following conditions. We've got the standard 3 years and plans list condition, details of materials to be agreed, and then we are looking to remove PD rights. So condition 4, class A and B, that would be for extensions and dormer windows, and then condition 5 would be for any further roof lights. Condition 6 retains the fencing adjacent to the electrical substation, and then conditions 7 and 8 are the standard turning and parking conditions and unexpected contamination. But that's it from me, Chair. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, Emma. We'll now move to public speakers. Michelle Lalère, please. You have 3 minutes, and I will tell you when there's 2 minutes 30 gone.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to voice my wife and my objection to the proposed development in its present form. To explain, we live in number 48 St. David's Road, which is the property on the corner that's been shown on the map. So the bottom half of our garden abuts directly to the proposed development. We'd like to say that we've got no objection, and in fact we would welcome a development of the site which has been neglected by the owners and has become very untidy. However, the plot is fairly small and oddly shaped, and we feel that the current proposal is far too big and out of scale given the size of the plot. We believe this would cause two main problems. The building of that size and height, which is, as you've seen on the map, positioned almost directly on the boundary fence at the bottom of our garden, would be overbearing. It would reduce the sense of space and privacy that we have when we're enjoying our garden, and also to some extent from our kitchen and rear bedroom. Secondly, it's cramped and is at odds with the general layout of properties in Rhinelands Lane, where houses have got a reasonable amount of space and garden area, so it would affect the general character of our part of Rhinelands Lane negatively. A final point, Rhinelands Lane has become quite a busy road now with a lot of parking issues, and it's not clear that a three-bedroom house would be able to conveniently place two cars in the space shown. It's likely to result in off-road parking and additional congestion. So overall, we don't see how this version of the proposal really solves the objections that were made towards the earlier proposals, which were both refused or withdrawn. So we feel that the proposal should be properly rethought with a development of an appropriate scale to that plot. We therefore ask that the committee refuses this current application. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We now have, I believe, Brian Twigg speaking on behalf of Owen Tufnell. Yes? Brian, over to you. You have 3 minutes, and I'll let you know when 2 minutes 30 have gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Brian Twigg, a Chartered Town Planner with 38 years planning experience in local government planning departments and 15 years in private practice. I represent Mr Tufnell, who owns and occupies 44 St David's Road. Their garden's immediately adjacent to the northeastern boundary of the site. They've no objection to the principle of redeveloping the site, which is currently occupied by garages, as shown on the location plan. These are low structures which do not have any impact on their property. None of the drawings submitted with the application adequately show the relationship of the proposed dwelling to the neighbouring property to clearly express its impact. In my assessment, the dwelling will have an overall roof height of 6.3 metres within 1.8 metres of my client's boundary. The dwelling is 11.7 metres long and will establish a tall structure along half of my client's open and southwest facing boundary. And there's been a photograph from the from the neighbour's garden. It will create an overbearing relationship, loss of outlook, overshadowing, and loss of daylight and sunlight to their garden, and harm their amenity. The officer's report makes light of this. And by way of comparison, permitted development rights restrict garden buildings to 4 metres in height and 2.5 metres where the building is within 2 metres of a boundary. The officer's report acknowledges that the property would have a small garden, that parking arrangements would be cramped, and that the proposal is at its maximum, all suggesting compromise. The design does incorporate a small garden, unsuited to a family house. The outlook from the proposed sitting room is only 4.5 metres directly onto a 1.7 metre fence, and the outlook from the kitchen window is only 2.3 metres directly onto a 2 metre fence. Taken together, these factors point to poor design and a property that's too large for the site. Simply put, the proposed dwelling is too large, too cramped, and too high. It represents an overdevelopment of the plot and results in a material loss of amenity to my client's property, as well as a poor environment for intended occupiers. The site demands a smaller single-storey dwelling with a shallow roof to address these issues, as approved in 1989. My client also drawn attention to the fact that the council has not followed its own procedures on amendments to applications, see page 93 of the report, and this matter has not been addressed, leaving the matter potentially open to challenge. So in conclusion, the development is in breach of policies EMV 2, 10, 11, 12 and 16 of the local plan and section 12 of the framework and should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Now public support, Lisa Rush, please.
Thank you.
Planning is a test of balance between any potential impact and any potential gain to be had from the development. The site is located within the defined development boundary for Weymouth, where residential development is acceptable. As the planning officer has identified, the proposed design respects the local character of the surrounding area and improves the visuals and character of the site. The applicant has been through several iterations of design for the site, firstly by reducing the number of proposed dwellings from 2 to 1, followed officer advice to design a chalet bungalow, and finally by moving the dwelling over within the plot, working proactively with third-party comments. Concerns have been raised by objectors regarding overlooking of 44 and 46 St David's Road. A carefully designed fenestration ensures that the development cannot overlook 44 or 46. It is mainly the roof that will be visible above the existing timber fence. The roof is hipped, leans away from the gardens. The view of the hipped roof from the garden of number 44 and 46 will not cause a detrimental impact on the amenity of the occupiers of these dwellings. Please remember that no one has a right to a view. Concerns were raised regarding overlooking of the garden of number 48 St David's Road, the bulk of the development and the proximity of the dwelling to the boundary fence. There is a dormer window on the front roof slope, but given the orientation of the building, you would have to lean out of the window and look back towards the number 48 to see into the garden. It's highly unlikely that an occupier would spend their time doing this, and therefore no overlooking can occur. At the end of number 48's garden is a small wooden shed with not much space around it for any other garden paraphernalia. The section of garden is likely to be in less regular use, so there'll be no negative impact on that section of garden. As with the other dwellings mentioned previously, the view of the roof and dormer from the surrounding gardens will not have a negative impact on the amenities of numbers 46, 44 and 48 St David's Road. The dwelling is also orientated to reduce overshadowing of the gardens of the adjoining dwellings. The Town Council's objections state that the application is not in accordance with local plan policies EMV 2, 10, 11, 12 and 16. It is felt that the Town Council did not fully consider how they relate to the proposal. The local area will benefit from SIL payments, which is a huge bonus for the area and will ensure there is no impact on the Chesil Beach and Fleet European site, EMV2 complied with. The site sits comfortably within the pattern of the street, is suitable for the character of the area, EMV 10, 11 and 12 complied with, and does not result in a significant adverse impact on neighbours, EMV 16 complied with. Each and every small site contributes towards housing numbers for the council as well as nationally. It should be noted there are no objections to the proposal from any of the professional bodies involved, including highways, ecology and trees. The balance is clearly in favour of the development, with positive gains to be had from the development and compliance with national and local planning policy. There are no material reasons why the proposal cannot be approved in line with the officer's recommendation and suggested suite of conditions.
Thank you. Draw breath. It's always difficult when you've got a lot of information to try and get in 3 minutes, but thank you very much, a valiant attempt. We now have a statement to be read by my Vice Chair from Councillor Claudia Webb, who cannot attend, but she's asked if we could read this statement out. So I'll pass you over to my Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. This is a prepared statement on behalf of Councillor Claudia Webb. To the Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to submit this statement. I write as an elected member for Rodwell and Wyke to register my objection to this application, which has caused significant concern among local residents, especially those living immediately adjacent to the proposed development. This proposal raises several issues that go beyond the concerns typically associated with overdevelopment and loss of amenity. Not only does the scale and massing of the new dwelling appear out of keeping with the surrounding character of St David's Road and Rylands Lane, but the development also presents a number of procedural and technical shortcomings that, in my view, make the application premature for determination. The key issues include failure by the planning authority to validate the application in accordance with the approved process. The application did not provide a protected species survey as required at the time of the application, nor did it receive prior exemption from doing so from Dorset.net. The absence of a noise impact assessment, despite this being requested by the Council's Environmental Protection Team. The Council Tree Officer has stated a site visit was undertaken, but has not done so from the property in St David's Road, and therefore cannot assess the impact of the development on the existing mature tree adjacent to the site. The application did not provide an asbestos report for the demolition aspect of the application, which is particularly important in this matter. There are procedural concerns regarding the acceptance of amended plans without pre-application discussion or a fresh application, in conflict with the Council's own development management guidance. These omissions and procedural flaws seriously undermine public confidence in the planning process and leave residents feeling their concerns have not been adequately addressed. An application for development of this site was approved in 1989, which comprised a single-storey dwelling with a reduced roof mass, located at a greater distance from the adjacent garden boundaries. This proposal provided a less cramped layout with sufficient parking and increased amenity space, and was approved as an appropriate development for this site. I commend the efforts of those at 44 St David's Road and others nearby for their reasoned and well-evidenced engagement. Given the cumulative effect of design concerns, lack of essential information and procedural irregularities, I respectfully urge the committee to refuse this application. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Neil. Emma, you've heard of the public speaking. Is there anything you'd like to come back on from what you've heard? Officer Collins.
Chair, I was just going to respond in respect of the procedural matters raised. Amended plans have been accepted during the course of the application. It is at officers' discretion as to whether they're accepted, and that is made clear in the guidance. If we think that small revisions might make it acceptable in the view of officers, albeit it may not still be acceptable in the view of third parties, then we do consider the acceptance of amended plans. The issue of the noise impact assessment, one wasn't required after further discussion with the environmental health officer. The demolition of the garages, they already have consent as referred to in the report under a separate application for demolition. So whether this application is approved or not today, the garages can be demolished anyway. The tree officer's visit, the tree officer just needs to satisfy themselves with regards to tree issues. They don't necessarily go and visit all the neighbouring properties. They can often make an assessment without needing to do that. So I hope that's helpful, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Members, technical questions, I think, for the planning officer. Councillor Monks. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Well, I didn't see you. Must be more. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Councillor Craig Monks, Bedminster Ward back. The quick question I had, and I think one of the members of the public made a reference to this, and it's within the report as well, so it's a fairly open question to allow the officers to respond fully. Weymouth Town Council raised some objections, and they cited a few items under ENV 2, 10, 11, 12, 16, and Section 12 of the National Planning Policy Framework. And that caught my eye because quite often town and parish councils may raise objections, but they're not that on the button in terms of what the actual objections are. So I just wonder what your response would be to that. I'll keep it as open as that.
Thank you. Councillor Collins or Emma, do you wish to comment on that? It was almost a technical question. But
just going to switch my mobile off because it was ringing and I hadn't realised it was on. I don't want it to ring again, so just bear with me for 2 seconds. Sorry, Chair. Yes, it was a comment about the Weymouth Town Council referring to the policies. The policies have been considered in the report anyway, in Emma's report, and explains why we consider, as officers, why we consider actually the proposals do accord. ENV2 is a policy about biodiversity and kind of ecological considerations. ENV2 is about design. ENV11 is very much about street character. ENV12 is also a more detailed design policy, and ENV16 is about amenity, but they are all set out in the planning assessment part of Emma's application report. Thank you.
yes, thank you. I do agree with Councillor Monks. It is unusual for town councillors to go quite to that detail, but I do believe they've all been attended to in the officer's report. Councillor Weller, please.
Councillor Weller, Rodwell and Wyke, which this application falls in. First of all, a pedantic point. My name is spelt incorrectly in the report. Perhaps you could make sure you spell it correctly in future. And a couple of other things, one of which Councillor Webb referred to, and I think is very relevant as we go forward. I think that there are procedural errors within this report, and we should bear those in mind. Should we refuse or should we accept your proposals? We do need to make sure that those procedural errors are not replicated. My other point comes back to Councillor Monk's point. The town council, this town council is one of the largest town councils in the country. I'm a member of that town council, but not a member of that committee. I do sit in and listen on occasion, particularly if the application is within my ward. I know that they treat planning applications with a great deal of professionalism. The chairman is a former member of this committee and has done a great deal of training within planning. So it's not surprising that they cite various clauses and various issues, and I accept that they've been addressed. What I am objecting to very strongly is the suggestion from third parties that the town council were being nitpicking or anything else. I think that that's very wrong, and I'd like it minuted that Weymouth Town Council are a very, very professional planning committee and do not make recommendations lightly.
Yeah, Councillor, what I understand, was there a technical question in there?
Sorry, it was I'm concerned about the procedural errors, and I'm not altogether reassured by the officer's assertions on that. We can take that later on, but I just want it noted that I'm not completely happy about those procedural errors, and I'd like other members of the committee to be aware that I don't think that those have been addressed.
Okay, I mean, to be fair, we have to assume as members that any procedural errors have been ironed out before the application is heard by committee. So can I just ask, Officer Collins, are you happy with bringing this forward to us? I'm not quite 100% sure whether there's any merit in these comments about procedural errors, but could you confirm it for me, please?
I'm happy. We'd had a letter during the course of the application raising the similar concerns being raised today, and they were looked at both myself and Emma, and we've responded, and there are no procedural errors. And just to clarify, when we did accept amended plans, they were reconsulted on, so the objectors had the opportunity to comment.
Okay, thank you. Who was next? Yeah, sorry. Councillor Northam, and then followed by Councillor Borden. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Northam, Upwey and Broadway. I do remember this application coming in its previous forms and being rejected with the 2 dwellings on the site as being too big. That seems to be a concern that's still relevant. So I'd like to ask the officers whether there is any guidance between the size, the footprint of the development and the footprint of the plot, because there isn't a lot of land outside the footprint of the building that's within the plot. So that's one question. And the second question, if I may, was, is this application for a residential development, and does that preclude the use of the building as a holiday let? Because with its lack of amenity outside of the house, it seems more suited to that sort of development. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll refer to Officer Collins or Emma. I don't think its potential future use is going to be a relevant material planning consideration, but by all means, we're all ears.
I was just going to share that site plan again. So this site plan obviously shows the size of the garden.
It's not showing.
This site plan shows the size of the garden located to the side of the property. And it was considered that was sufficient space for future occupiers to have a table and chairs and to provide outside amenity space.
Sorry, Emma, have you still going, or have you finished?
Sorry, no, I have finished. I just wanted to turn off. My microphone had turned on, was getting background noise, so I just wanted to quickly turn it off.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes.
Photograph up for when we're speaking so that people could see. Thank you.
Yes, good point, Councillor Weller. Could you, yes, if you could leave that one up, because I think there are concerns about the outside space which members are starting to explore. Councillor Borden, I think you were next.
Thank you, Belinda Borden, Lyme Regis and Charmouth. So I was wondering if it's possible to, I wasn't completely clear from the photographs that showed how close this proposal was to the neighbouring properties where the objections are being felt about overbearing and overshadowing, because given the last item, I'd quite like to see those slides again, and if you could indicate where which of the neighbouring properties are feeling that this proposal is going to be overbearing. Thank you.
So concerns have been raised by number 44 St David's, which is this property here. And that measurement, you can see from going from corner to corner here, is 9.941 metres. Concerns were also raised from number 48 St David's, which is this property here. And again, going corner to corner, the dimension is 15.738 metres. And then concerns were also raised by 26 Rylands Lane, which is this one here. And you're looking at a distance of 12.576 metres. But you have obviously got the substation and the driveway of 26 Rylands Lane kind of intervening.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Borden, does that picture help you?
Are you saying that in your opinion there isn't an overshadowing or intrusive effect based on those distances and the scale? I'm not very good at picturing kind of the size upwards and how that might affect the neighbouring properties. What would your opinion be on that?
Sorry, can I just interject there? Emma, could you go back to the photograph that shows the 3D positioning of the property? I think that may be more helpful, because that's the one. Thank you. So could you point out which elevations or which sides will have an impact on neighbouring properties? I saw the dimensions that you've given, but that was from property to property. I think the interest here is windows overlooking fences into neighbouring gardens. If you can assure us that there's no loss of amenity of the neighbours, I think that's what we're all concerned about, plus the fact of outdoor space for whoever's going to be living there. Thank you.
So the dormer window is on the front of the property, and that would face onto Rylands Lane, the road Rylands Lane, you've got 2 roof lights, but they are high level on both side elevations, and one is for an ensuite and one is for the staircase, and then all other fenestration is at ground floor level, so obviously you'd have the boundary treatments in between the application site and any neighbouring properties.
And could you just check, go back again to the green space? Sorry, I'm asking technical questions here, but I think I understand where the members are coming from. That picture at the top there, I can't see the dimension. Could you clarify it for me, please?
So this is obviously giving the dimensions from the walls of the proposed dwelling to the boundary treatment for the garden. So on the side here, this top one is 4.575. This bottom one is 4.65 metres. And then between the rear wall and the rear boundary treatment with number 44 St David's, you've got 1.81 there, and then at the other end you've got 1.79.
Thank you. That's my technical questions finished. Anybody else with technical questions? Please, have I missed anyone? Okay, thanks. We'll move into debate then, please. Councillor Weller.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Councillor Kate Weller, Wycombe Rodwell Ward. Mr. Twig's given you the dimensions and Emma has made those all very clear now, so thank you for that. I'm not going to go on about that. But they do show the impact on the neighbours and on the street scene. The principle of residential development in this location is acceptable, and indeed it's to be encouraged. The garages are deteriorating rapidly and will continue to do so. An application was turned down earlier this year, and despite extensive discussions between the applicant and officers, I don't believe the committee's concerns then have been particularly addressed. The proposed development will have a severe impact on all of the neighbours and including the host property, that their amenities will be greatly reduced as well, and I believe that property is currently on the market. Rylands Lane, and we've spoken a lot about the amenities and everything else, so I want to talk about the location, which I know really well. Rylands Lane is a notorious rat run where whenever there's a hold-up on Portland Road, that lane is used at speed, despite traffic calming measures and everything else. It's used at speed constantly. It's the road that feeds for 3 primary schools and a senior school. 4 primary schools, 3 primary schools and a senior school, and is the pedestrian way for young and old, because it serves the way for a health centre, the shops, the library, as well as other amenities. So that needs to be thought through very carefully, despite what highways say. We all know what we think about that occasionally. If you look at that picture there now, it's saying that there are parking spaces for 2 cars. If you look at that, if one car is already there, unless the second car reverses in, it has to reverse out on what is almost a bend, on a fast-flowing, busy road. In that particular picture, both cars will reverse out into that traffic, with children coming down through there to access Rodwell Trail, children going backwards and forwards to school, and we're trying to encourage those children to walk to school, not go by car, because there's nowhere to park. That's the other thing, that if they decide that, parking 2 cars on their site is a bit of a pickle, and it does depend on how large the cars are. Those cars will then be parked on Rylands Lane. There is already inadequate parking on Rylands Lane. I don't know where those cars will be displaced. That's a serious issue there. If you then look at the fact that if, as we are suggesting, this is a three-bedroomed house, that's a family home. Is that amenity space suitable to a family with children? In my view, it's not. Others might disagree, and indeed, we cut our cloths and so on. But I just think that the objections that we had before have not been addressed. This application is too large for this site. Nobody is saying that this site should not be developed. It should not be developed in this way.
Thank you, Councillor Weller. Members, anybody else like to join the debate? Councillor Northam, followed by Councillor Monks.
Thank you, Chair. David Northam, Upway and Broadway in Weymouth. Yes, the A354 main road runs at the top of Rylands Lane, and as Councillor Weller says, it's the main route from Portland to Weymouth, and at times traffic does divert. It's not the purpose of Rylands Lane to service that traffic. I can't see particularly that one house is going to make a particular difference to what's already occasionally a difficult situation. Normally speaking, I would be against infill development because often those spaces that are infilled are quite valuable to the local community. But as has been said, the principle of development here is that it's not a well-used space, it's not a well-valued space, and development is suitable. If this had come forward as a smaller development, say a two-bedroom property, I'd have absolutely no problem in supporting it. I do think it's big for the plot, but I'm not sure that that's a legitimate planning reason for objecting, and therefore I'm struggling to reach a conclusion on this, but I think I'm tending towards the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Northam. Councillor Kimber.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Paul Kimber, Portland. I also feel that this is too large for that site. I'm not against a development there, and in fact, with the garages there looking like it is, I think it could be sort of cleaned up quite nice. However, I just feel that this is really overdeveloped, and given, as my colleague has stated, that as soon as I saw it, I was thinking that the second car is going to have a great deal of difficulty getting in and out, and it is quite a dangerous area. A lot of traffic goes through there. It is a shortcut when we've got problems on our main road getting to Portland, so it's a difficult decision here. So I'm find myself really, I'm not against a development there, but I'm against this one and the size of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kimber. I think we need to be mindful that there aren't any highways objections, and the issue of the parking, I'm not sure is a material consideration, but let's carry on with the debate and let's see where it goes. Councillor Monks, please.
Thank you, Chair. I might slightly have a slightly different opinion, actually, which might help. Quite often when I look at applications where I'm not necessarily familiar, I do lean and rely on members from those areas to sort of guide me, which is one of the reasons I made a particular note of the town council objections. But I think one of the issues that we have with this application, or some members might have, is obviously because they know the area and the road layouts and all these things that are all really valid, but it's not necessarily material to the application. I personally look at this application and think of similar properties in and around Weymouth that I've seen that have been developed like this before. And I have a personal taste. I might want more land, and where I live, but I think the space is acceptable. And I think somebody mentioned, the right to review and things. So I think the issue here is when you actually look at the application as submitted and what we're here to decide on, I can't see any reason to refuse. I guess I'm there with it. I might not like it, but in terms of the question that we're here to answer, I think I would propose that we approve as set out with the conditions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Monks. Councillor Shortell, you're the only one, I believe, that hasn't spoken on this one. Would you like to join the debate with your views, please?
Are you trying to wake me up?
I hadn't realised you'd gone to sleep.
Cramped. It is cramped, in my opinion. It is squeezed into a very small space, and I think it's it's contrived to a certain extent. And for that reason, I'm really not in support of it. It looks too big for the plot. Is that better? I think it's a little bit contrived. It's overdeveloped for that small plot. I agree with my colleagues. In fact, if it was a smaller property, I would be in favour. But I'm afraid it's a little bit overwhelming in that spot. So I am against. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And I call on Councillor Eysenck, please.
I am indeed now on. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Eysenck, Egerton Ward. It's interesting listening to the debate. I have to say I'm quite minded to agree with the points that Councillor Monks makes. Equally, Councillor Shortell, I think you make a very valid point that, in an ideal world, possibly it would be nice to see this application having a slightly smaller property on the site. I do have concerns when you look at the length of the building on that image there. And then there was another shot that we saw earlier where you could see how close it was, particularly to number 44. And I think that just visually you can see from the overhead look that the length of what's proposed is actually equal to the distance between the buildings, which is something you very rarely see. Usually you've got more open airspace between buildings than you have building. But I have to say, in relation to the application that we're looking at, highways haven't raised any issues. In relation to the amenity space, which is the other thing I would probably have a fundamental issue with, there is no, local plan or detail that we can fall back on to refuse on the grounds of limited amenity space. So therefore, I'm struggling, as Councillor Monk said, to find reasons to disagree with the recommendation here.
Thank you. Councillor Borden, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I just, based on the sort of my recent experience, I'm very uncomfortable with overriding so much local concern about this, and would sympathise with those suggesting a smaller scale of development would be far more appropriate for that plot without imposing on the neighbouring properties. So I feel inclined to listen to the local views on this one.
Okay, that's fine to have an opinion. It's not a problem. I think we may need some clarification here, please. I'm going to ask Officer Collins to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just did a approximate size of the garden to the right of that property, which would be their main garden area. And it is about it's over 34 square metres, because I didn't quite go down to all the last digits, but it's 34 square metres or slightly greater, which is a good area for, a washing line, a rabbit hutch, and someone to sit out at a patio table or have a little barbecue. There are lots of people that don't necessarily want a big garden. So in terms of the size of the plot, I think, there is that to bear in mind. Obviously, 2 car parking spaces are shown to the front. We don't have a highways objection. The property is sort of 1.5 storey, i.e. it's single storey, but there are rooms in the roof because it's a more steeply pitched roof. And I suppose if neighbours have concerns about the impact on the neighbouring properties, what exactly are those concerns really, given distances, heights and orientation, etc.? We'd need a bit more from that. But yeah, Chair, I mean, officer's view, it is acceptable as proposed, hence the recommendation.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ising.
Thank you, Chair. I think just listening to the debate, possibly now's the time to put forward a proposal just to test the feeling in the room. So I'd like to propose that we go along with this application in relation to the officer recommendation. I don't think there's an update sheet. If there is there? There's no update sheet. Not for this one, thank goodness. But I'd like to propose that we go along with the officer recommendation, and I'd like to propose that.
Thank you, Councillor Monks. The proposal is to go with the officer's recommendation. Are you seconding?
Yes, Chair, I think I am. I know I am, because you don't want me to be so wishy-washy. And all I'll just add is, to colleagues, I share many of the concerns that are raised, but I think the last couple of sentences from the officer that kind of boxed it off for me, and what we're possibly doing is filling the gaps that aren't backed up by evidence. And if we have professional bodies that aren't raising objections, and we don't have the kind of information to make an informed decision to then refuse, I am happy to second, because I sit here now thinking I can't think of a justification for refusal, and that's just where we are. So I'm happy to second on that basis.
Okay, it's been a long afternoon. I think, could we test that then, please? So all those in favour of the proposal to, hands have gone up already, to accept the officer's recommendation and approve this? That's 3. Those against? 4. Okay, so that falls. Sorry, I'm reserving my right to abstain on this one. I will hold it back until we might get a proposal that I'm happy with. So in that case, do you wish to debate reasons why, or put forward an alternative proposal, please? Councillor Weller.
I'm opposed to the application because I think that the development is overlarge, both in height and in bulk, and unsuitable on the size of the site proposed. I don't know whether that, you probably need rather more than that, Mrs. Collins, and I apologise.
You seek a seconder on that one, please. Anyone like to second that proposal? Councillor Borden. Officer Collins, can we go down this route in terms of size, bulk and mass, etc., being unsuitable? Loss of amenity, I assume, as well.
I think we just need to defer for a couple of minutes just to reflect on what's been said, really, if that's okay, Chair.
Yeah, I'd like to reach the right decision. So I know we're all keen to wrap it up, but I'm not going to push on this one. Let's do this properly. We'll take 10 minutes out. Please give you all a chance to perhaps cool down a bit, and we'll reconvene in 10 minutes' time. Thank you. Right, members, thank you very much for your patience, and members of the public too. We've had a vote that failed, which was to accept the officer's recommendation. So I'm now looking to the floor for somebody to progress this, please. Are there any counter proposals after we've had one refused? I was expecting those who voted against it to put one forward themselves. Councillor Weller. Have we had it proposed and seconded? Was it? Okay, in that case, could you clarify the reasons? Yeah, we've come back in. So could you repeat it again and offer reasons? Thank you.
My proposal is that we refuse the application on the grounds that the development is overlarge for the site. It's by reason of its bulk and its height, lack of suitable amenity space, and out of keeping.
Seconder, are you happy with that? Whoever it was? That was Councillor Borden. I do apologise, Belinda. It's been a long day, and I think we're all feeling a bit fatigued. Officer Collins, do we need to? Yes, if you could just comment at this stage, please, and also on the robustness of the proposal.
To be honest, Chair, I think I just need to caution that that's not a particularly robust refusal. I mean, cramps and out of character due to bulk and height. Obviously, it's not particularly out of character due to its bulk and height because there's a lot of two-storey dwellings in the area. The cramps, we have said about there being sufficient amenity space in our view, sufficient space for a washing line to sit outside, etc. So, yeah, I have concerns about it. But I can share some wording with you if you want me to.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll take a vote then, please, on the proposal that's before us from Councillor Weller. So, okay. Yeah, sorry. Once Sam's provided the draft, thank you. We have a seconder, Councillor Borden apparently seconded it. Belinda Borden. So we're just putting some flesh on the bones of this one. Thanks.
Chair, I've put some wording up on screen. I'll just read it for clarity. The proposed development would appear cramped and out of character with the wider area due to its bulk and height and has a lack of amenity space for future residents. And therefore, the development is not in accordance with policies EMV10, EMV12, and that should be EMV 16 of the West Dorset, Weymouth and Portland Local Plan 2015. Sorry, typos, doing it too fast.
Proposer and seconder, are you happy with the wording that's on the screen? Okay, we'll test this one with a vote. All those in favour? That's 4. All those against? That's also 4. I am not personally happy with the reasons for refusal, and I will make myself probably unpopular and say that I'm going to use my casting vote to refuse support you, I'm afraid, Kate. Okay. In that case, as it's been, as the motion has failed, the application has been approved. No, we don't. No, we don't need a proposal. That's it. So I'm afraid that I'm sorry to take that decision, but I feel that I couldn't support the reason for refusal. I'm just checking with legal, but adjourn for 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, well, apparently we go back to square one to some extent. The floor is now clear. There's no proposal or second on the table. So I'm now looking for either further debate and stronger reasons, Councillor Weller, or another proposal to revisit. Councillor Northam, please.
So, Weymouth is the main urban development area for Dorset Council. As such, it has some of the densest population in Dorset. The new estates which are being built in Weymouth have, generally speaking, quite small ratio of plot of gardens and the like to house size. I can see that this 3-bedroom property has a certain appeal to a certain group of people because of its location, and I don't think it's inappropriate for the area. The aspects of being overbearing, I think, are adequately addressed by it being a 1.5 size development and the distance between the adjacent properties. The previous applications, I think, were for 2-story developments and would have been therefore overbearing. I don't think this could be counted as overbearing, so I would still like to propose that this goes forward in line with the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Northam. Do we have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Monks. Anybody else wish to speak against the proposal on the table?
Sorry. I'm happy to second again, and I thought maybe if I share my thoughts, I might try and win some colleagues over. The issue we have right now is because of the, for a better word, weakness of the argument of refusal. I don't see that one of the two options left on the table would really help us here, and that's it would be to defer this, because I don't think deferring and going back through the process would come to a conclusion that will necessarily ever appease those members or members of the public that might be against the proposal. So because the refusal has lost on the lack of the evidence or the weight that we're able to apply to it, I feel that as councillors, in what we have in front of us, setting aside our views or input into the size, the bulk, the size of the gun, all these things, they're all really valid, and I actually agree with most of them. But when you hone down to the question we're being asked, refusals failed, we can either defer, but I think that won't result in any, that won't help the matter, or we effectively have no option but to approve based on the application that's been put before us and the lack of evidence to way over it. So I would happily second, not because I think the garden is amply big enough, but because I think it's within the policy that we sit on. So I hope that maybe my ramble will assist colleagues with reluctantly supporting the application as it's put in front of us.
Thank you, Councillor Monks. It does help to focus the mind. Councillor Weller.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Councillor Weller of Wycombe Rodwell. I absolutely understand what you're saying, Councillor Monks, and I understand that my arguments are weak. And the fact is that this proposal can go forward, it can be voted on, and the development can take place on a less than unanimous vote. And we might have to accept that that's the case. We like to get more extensive approval when we can, but we certainly don't always. And I think that we might have to accept that that's the case. We could be here all night and we'll go round and round. We won't get any further. I'm not going to change my mind, but I accept that others might say, live to fight another day.
Thank you, Kate. Anybody else wish to speak? Okay, then we'll have another go at this one. I find this one difficult personally as well. Just to make my position clear, I didn't want to vote for it to start with. I'm struggling to find reasons not to approve it, which is, I think, was Councillor Monk's position. So I was hoping that the members would come to that decision without me interfering, as it were. So the motion on the table is to... Councillor Borden, you're very late with this. Go on.
Yeah, it's just to say, I think that's not finding reasons to object is quite a negative way of making planning decisions when there are so many strong local objections. And I know that you shouldn't use the example of one case in another, but the previous case, all of the local objections were ignored, and I'm not going to do so again, so I'm still going to vote against.
That's fine. We're entitled to our own personal decisions. So all those in favour of accepting the officer's recommendation to approve this application, raise your hands. All those against? 4. It's one of those horrible times, which I think you knew this was coming. Chairman's casting vote is I'm going to vote for approval of the application. Therefore, that application is approved. Members of the public would just pause until you leave. Thank you. We're just swapping legal experts as well, because people have to leave. Just bear with it. All right, thanks everybody. We're now moving to item 9, which is P/VOC/2025/01396, the Pavilion Complex, the Esplanade, Weymouth, DT4 8ED, presented by Emma, and the good news is there are no public speakers. Over to you, Emma. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This application is at the Pavilion Complex, the Esplanade, Weymouth. Planning permission was granted in May 2017 to erect extensions and alterations to Pavilion building, including first floor extension with lift shaft, alterations to existing sun deck, replacement windows, external decorations, and replacement roof coverings. This current application looks to vary the plans list to enclose that balcony terrace area within that first floor extension. And this is brought to committee as the site is Dorset Council owned land. So on the aerial photograph, this is the pavilion building here. You've got the scheduled monument of Nov 4 across the water here. The site is just located just outside of the conservation area, which follows a line approximately here. And there's also the listed buildings along the esplanade. The main pavilion building is located within flood zone 2, and the majority of the surrounding access road and car parking are within flood zone 3. The principle of development has already been established under that 2017 application, and that permission has been implemented. This plan here, this kind of orange shading, that shows the existing outdoor walkway, which was approved to be enclosed, kind of the extent of that first floor extension that was approved. And then what is considered today is this small area, which they are looking to enclose as part of that extension. So the top image is the approved plan. So you can see the approved plan included the removal of the pavilion sign here. You can see the lift shaft, the approved lift shaft here. And then this is the first floor extension runs along here. And then you can just see the balustrade of that approved balcony terrace area. And then in terms of the proposed plan, the sign is rebuilt and raised, and that has already happened, and that is already on site in that location. And then you can see that there's no longer that balcony terrace area, which is edged in red on this plan, and that has been kind of encompassed into that first floor extension. So obviously the elevation from the other side of the pavilion building, just showing that that pavilion sign would now sit above the roof line. But it is still kind of down, it is still subservient to the kind of the highest part of the pavilion building. So this is the proposed first floor plan. So again, showing that gallery area, but that it would now also include that small element edged in red there. And obviously that gallery then leads round to the sun deck, shown in that orange colour. The roof plan proposed, again showing that it would extend that roof line to enclose what was that proposed balcony terrace area there. A photo of the front west elevation of the pavilion. No alterations are proposed to that elevation as part of this application. And then this is the elevation in question. You can see that obviously the pavilion sign is already in that raised location. This is the sun deck here, and then that the gallery extension would lead to. And just a closer up image, the first floor extension would replace this. You can see kind of the balustrade again of the existing kind of outdoor walkway. So this first floor extension would be located the whole length of that now, enclosing what was previously shown as that balcony terrace. In terms of the key planning issues, it's considered that the principle of development was already established under that 2017 application. The proposal is not considered to result in harm to the heritage assets, and no neighbouring properties are in close proximity to the alterations. In terms of flood risk, obviously it's a first floor extension, and the condition on the previous application will be carried forward, and that was for flood prevention measures to ensure that that lift can continue to operate in the event of a flood. So the recommendation for this one is to grant, subject to 4 conditions, the plans list, external door and window details, render details, and that flood prevention condition I mentioned, which is to ensure that the lift can continue to operate in the event of a flood. But that's everything for that one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Emma. Members, technical questions to the Planning Officer, please, if you have any. Councillor Northam.
Thank you, Chair. Given that the Town Council and the Civic Society and the officer are all recommending this move forward, I'd like to suggest we move forward to a vote, and I'm happy to propose that we accept this variation.
Calm down, members, please. If we finish technical questions, there are no technical questions, fine. So we've moved to debate. So now that's fine. Councillor Northam, I take your proposal. Councillor Weller, you're going to second it. Okay. It seems relatively straightforward. All those in favour, raise your hands, please. And we finally have a unanimous vote. Thank you all very much. There are no urgent items, and there isn't any exempt business. In that case, I declare the meeting closed at 3:20. Thank you very much for your stamina and your perseverance and your assistance. We are closed for business.